wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers, everything came so easy. It's electricity. It's late at night, I feel you on my skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers, everything came so easy. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers, everything came so easy. It's electricity. am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The ESL One Major is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Hello everybody and welcome back here to the ESL One Berlin Major. It is the final days of regular group stage. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with John X Fire, and dude, I'm excited. It has been such a cool tournament so far. We've got an incredible final day here just for Group A. You know, PSG LG versus Bet Boom is going to be what we've got, but there's only one team secured into the upper bracket right now. It is going to be an absolute bloodbath. John, how you doing?
Doing great. We've got a lot of potential tiebreakers coming out depending on how certain series go. So it's going to be an interesting one. You know, it's kind of wild in Group A, as you can see in the standings here. Only Gaiman locked in at the top. Everyone from 9 Pandas all the way down to Bet Boom still open to kind of switch their roles around depending on certain outcomes. Execration and TSM locked to go home, unfortunately, rather early in the tournament. But that's the way the cookie crumbles, you know? If you don't manage to perform in a major, it can be really punishing.
One bad day is all it takes, man. That's really all it is. Like one bad day and you are either, you know, out of playoffs entirely, or you could be out of upper bracket. You never really know. And that's kind of what we saw with Liquid, right? Liquid was off to a really rough start in this tournament, starting out like 3-3. And they could just not get a hold of like some momentum in this patch. And yeah, that's why we see them in the middle as opposed to what we've normally seen, which is them right at the top. But looking at Group B, this one's a lot more solidified. Top four playoffs have already been locked and secured. Tundra, OG, Spirit, and Shopify all guaranteed the upper bracket. And John, some signs of life here from SCA as Talon, they have a potential to keep their life alive here.
Yeah, they've got a solid chance of at least starting out in the lower bracket. Not the best position for every team. Heck, even a team like SMG has that potential to fight for that last slot, depending again on the results here on our last day of groups. And it just goes back to what we were saying at the start. You know, every game counts in the group stage. It's just like the DPC. If you have a rough first week, it can bite you in the bum, and we can see that prize pool that all these teams are fighting for. Yeah, the DPC points are the big ones, of course. That road to TI is the most important thing, and only 7th to 8th place gets any share of the prize pool and the DPC points. So even just going in the lower bracket, it's not enough. You'd have to win at least one best of 3, or at least 2, if I recall right, somewhere in that range, to actually get the stuff that matters. So starting in the lower brackets for a lot of these teams, it's gonna be a lot of pressure on them. But again, that's what you get in the group stage. You know, you don't perform for 1 day, for 2 days, it costs you a lot.
Yeah, dude, the majors format is always super punishing. Like, this has always just been the case, and I know it's like something that a lot of people have talked about, hoping to see some like changes eventually. But you know, as of now, it is top 8. That is the goal for every single team involved. And speaking of these teams, we do have a cool little pregame interview with them. So let's go ahead and jump on into some of these videos.
Group stage for us, it's fun to play. We are learning a lot because it's new patch. And we are learning our picks, our gameplay, and I think it's really nice that we are playing group stage. I feel we will be stronger after it. Our performance for 2 days was nice, but not brilliant. It could be better. Save our post 4 asked for patch, even in last patch many times, but we like, no, we will not pick this shit.
Nisha holding a place with the RP, but somebody's got to be left behind. It's going to be Nisha. Oh, and another hook. They just keep coming. You want stack 22. Stopped. GPK jumping in for more. The Venomancer dies in an instant.
This hero can TP and kill it wherever he wants, so he might stronger now, and he's pretty confident and having fun with this hero, so we are picking, yeah.
Blink, he's just ready to go on anything. Line him up, bring him in. Perfect grab once again. I don't know what he's gonna do now. Just got farm. I guess so. That'll take some farm away from Bet. Oh, another great hook, man. Save.
Match against all PSG LGD, we will make some preparations. We will watch their games. We didn't prepare yet. Maybe we will prepare some strategies against them. I think we will win.
Oh man, I love the little laugh at the end of the video, just like the haha, I think we'll win. You know, that's good stuff. I mean, BetBoom, this is the all-star team that everyone thought was just going to run train as soon as this roster was announced, you know, earlier this year. And you know, they've looked good, but they've also looked cold. Like, they've had some ups and downs. I think right now they're looking better than they have in the past, and if maybe they can keep that momentum going, maybe get that upper bracket spot. We'll see.
Yeah, like a lot on the line again for this, as your position isn't secure, in particular for BetBoom. This feels like it's going to be a bigger deal for them coming in. At the very least, a draw will keep them tied with Aster. So they're not going to be completely out. Aster has no games left. One win for BetBoom guarantees that they still have a shot in the lower bracket start. For PSG LGD, of course, not fully cemented either in staying in the upper bracket start as well. So for them, a 2-0 is what you're really gunning for. Both sides going to be having to look for that 2-0, and I mean, what a group, right? These stands are insane. I'm keen to see the draft. I'm keen to see whether or not they go back into that safe pudge for support. I think that's always fun to see. And we'll find out. Into the draft we go, Ricky. Already the Beastmaster and Chen being banned out by BetBoom. And of course, they take the Ench. That's left in the pool as LGD ban out the Pugna and the Undying. The Enchantress is the priority. Can't fault BetBoom. We've seen a lot of priority in that hero, either as a first phase ban or just a first phase pick.
Wow. First pick Primal Beast and then the Mirana to follow. This is... I feel like we haven't seen a lot of Primal Beast so far in the tournament, despite it being a pretty decent hero. But into Enchantress seems like a pretty good matchup. She has Enchant, obviously, to slow you down, but... you know, all magic damage, good control as well. I like it.
Yeah, it's a lot of output early for PSG LGD. I'm keen to see where they lane this. I think normally when PSG LGD have been picking it up, it has ended up more often than not onto Nothing to Say. And it really just depends on the matchup, as BetBoom just goes straight for the Storm Spirit. So probably reading that if it's a Primal Beast mid, they can get away with the Storm Spirit. You don't have the best hold from LGD to punish something like the Storm Spirit coming out early on here, and now you can ban to protect. So I like that coming out from the side of BetBoom. You don't really have the natural, say, regen options for the Storm. Nothing to kind of just top him up. Something like the Io is still available, but an Io Enchantress support duo doesn't sound favorable. And I don't think BetBoom in general has been a team that leans onto just topping up a Storm anyway. So probably not something to consider here for LGD.
Yeah, I am a little bit curious what they like decide to be like the Storm Battery, because Coddle has been, you know, one of those heroes we've seen a lot as well, even if you don't want to go for the IO. And Coddle, I mean, yesterday Whisper made the hero look absolutely bonkers from the off lane, but we could see something along those lines still for them. Lots of bans coming out really quick. We're going to see that Alchemist and Terrorblade. So with those bans, this makes me feel like we're going to be seeing a Zeal Primal Beast here. Like, those heroes pretty much ignore Primal Beast in the lane. Terrorblade, at least for the most part, is like susceptible to the magic damage, but you don't have a lot of lockdown between this combo. Like Mirana, Primal Beast, you could hit like an onslaught into arrow, but it's not very easy to do.
Yeah, it's not reliable. I'm wondering if LGD will ban out something like, say, Nightfall's PL or his Slark. I think these high mobility heroes are just going to be an issue. There's the Ursa that remains as well, which doesn't mind going to something tanky like the Primal Beast, as he can kind of punish well. So there's still a couple of options for BetBoom on that safe lane. LGD, again, with the early Primal Beast pick, it does leave quite a few things on the table for the side of BetBoom. The PL is the scariest one. In a way, Primal Beast can handle a PL as he stomps through the illusions. At the same time, okay, they ban it out. It's like, yeah, you don't want to give that comfort out, and they go for the Disruptor. So now you have at least some combinations on hand. You have your hard lockdown for the Storm. We have seen Disruptor as a very strong solution for these high mobility Spirit Brothers, as long as you have the Static Storm.
Here we go, the off lane. So this is the thing, we've seen a lot of Underlord, Doom, and Beastmaster. These have been pretty much the top 3 most picked offlaners so far, and I was a little bit surprised that we were holding off on grabbing either of these at the moment, but BetBoom will grab it. They grab the Crystal Maiden as well. I think she still might be the highest win rate hero of the tournament, like over 10 games. It's pretty nuts how good she is. Oh, she took a few losses actually, never mind. Second most picked, but still a 62% win rate. That's pretty good.
It's really good. And again, this hero is just obnoxious in lane now. I mean, having this option to go for the Blood Grenades, play with a Crystal Nova if you have an aggressive support laner, if you have an aggressive lane partner, it just kind of wins out. Like, slow stacking is a big thing early on, and a hero like CM does enjoy that. And again, since you can stack Blood Grenades now, you kind of mitigate her squishiness early on with a lot of extra HP. I like the solution coming out from LGD into the Naga. Underlord lanes, not the worst. It's kind of playable. You've got the Naga and Disruptor combination, which, again, this is something that China never really strayed away from, even when it's out of meta. It's something that I used to see they'd fall back on in 2018, 2019, even a little bit of 2020. And it is a lot stronger now. Naga does feel solid. Illusion heroes that clear out camps efficiently are just really good. So it's a solid pick for LGD. You've got an arrow combination now as well with the net. So you do have some stable lockdown, but it's still not... It's not the fastest, but it can still get the job done.
So it looks like with this, they're anticipating this to be Nothing to Say is Primal Beast in the mid lane. And is they going to go ahead and ban out some offlaners potentially? Either that, or they just want to get rid of the Brewmaster, as it is something Zeal plays a lot. His Pangolier is also still in the pool, which is incredibly shocking. So we might see the Pango get banned. But BetBoom, they need a carry here that can deal with illusions, right? You have the Underlord Fire, which is pretty good in the lane, but as the game goes on, it's not enough damage to really deal with this Naga Siren. So I'm curious what they're going to come up with here as their safe lane counter to this Naga hero.
Yeah, it's can be a little bit scary. No direct answers left, right? Like, they ban out the Sven, they take out a lot of the Muerta's gone as well. Deuce is gone, which is weird back and forth. Probably not the best into a Naga with Diffusal, but still somewhat of a way to clear out. I'm curious if something like, say, well, no, Drow into Primal Beast lane's kind of atrocious, unless, again, they run that for Nothing to Say, which it does look like they might be assuming here on BetBoom, but the flexibility is on hand there for PSG LGD. The hard thing is that LGD has last pick. So it's really hard to read what they'd want to do with a Primal Beast, because Primal Beast into Storm isn't a bad lane. It's also not... It's not also an amazing lane. I think the Storm has some counterplay there. So it's like a back and forth. You can afford to flex it if you want to. You can afford to keep it mid if you see something better in the off lane for LGD. They take care of the Life Stealer and BetBoom. Again, banning out the off laners with a Doom taken out as well.
They could go Bloodseeker. Like, it's very good against Primal Beast, and with the, like, just how good this hero is at dealing with illusions, like surprisingly so. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
I feel like this is just his hero has been creeping up in people's games. Like, last patch, it was very strong with just the Maelstrom build, of course, and now with the massive buff to Blood Mist, like, it's a late game item for sure. You could honestly just go third item Aghanim Scepter, you know, after BKB, like Mantor, SNY, Maelstrom. Like, it's totally possible. Like, this is good. I like this.
Yeah, it's a natural Radiance carrier as well if you wanted to kind of build that against Naga. And as you mentioned, the Ags is pretty impactful. Just having that passive feels good. Like that overheal barrier from your abilities, it's actually kind of bonkers. And it feels pretty good here. right? Like, it's a solution to the Primal Beast, as you say. It ties into this potential CM lane pretty nicely. You Frostbite into the Blood Right. It can get a little bit scary for whatever you're facing up against. For LGD, again, still have that flex on hand. I don't see anything left in the offlane that can kind of deal with a Bloodseeker unless you just go with a Primal Beast, which is somewhat okay. First 3 levels are pretty alright for Primal Beast there. Although, again, you have to factor in the CM, the slows, the setup for Blood Right. It can be a lot of damage early on. If you do put the Primal Beast mid, you can still look for setups for the Mirana if you kind of want to go that route. I still feel like it should be a Disruptor Naga lane, as you don't really emphasize Arrow in the laning phase anyway, for the most part, unless you have a solid setup. But Disruptor Naga can still play pretty alright, harass out the Underlord and the Ench, kind of hold that lane steady.
I feel like BetBoom's draft is super well-rounded. Like, there's so much that they can do. The only thing that I really feel like they're lacking is like some potential tower push. You have the Enchantress, which like offers, you know, the summon, but everything else, like their team fight, their gank potential, it feels really good. They also have strong lane matchups, so there's just going to be nothing to say tiny. Okay, this is probably one of the few heroes that was left that was, you know, decent enough into the Storm matchup, so I don't mind this pick. But I think what you were saying earlier, the Primal Beast lane is not going to be easy.
Yeah, it's not that straightforward for Zeal. I'm keen to see what they can do. I think BetBoom, going back to your points, like their lanes look really damn good. All their lane partners are really strong. Nightfall and Toronto Tokyo on Bloodseeker and CM is a pretty strong lane to play into. Underlord and Enchantress can be pretty oppressive as well. The rotation potential early on from BetBoom having access to those gates. Even for Toronto Tokyo, if you can leave Nightfall alone, go head down bot and threaten onto Naga, it's gonna feel big. I think for LGD, the main thing is gonna be their mid. Like, the momentum is gonna be set by nothing to say, and to an extent Zeal. Like, how fast can your Tiny and your Primal Beast start to make these plays? Because you've got a Naga. The Naga will farm. The Naga's gonna have to go clear jungle camps with all for illusions, and it does feel good right now in terms of jungle farming. Like, cores that can maximize that feel great, but it is a little bit slower in comparison what you're looking at from the side of BetBoom. Like, GPK is going to be setting that momentum. You have play from your supports, and Resolution can drag people across the map. Like, they've got the Storm Underlord, which we've seen multiple times. Just get, if you don't have a way to reset your Storm, Fiends get back home. Have him come back in the middle of a fight. It's easy.
Yeah, the more and more that we're seeing teams get like used to this Underlord Fiend's Gate ability, the more kind of broken it seems. I feel like in the good hands, this hero feels really, really, really strong. And we saw that, I think, just yesterday. It was EG, right? That was just playing with it with buyback every game, or every fight, just making sure that if they want to try and take a fight, at least 1 or 2 of their heroes is playing on buyback. The Underlord always had buyback. And if they lose a couple of heroes, it wasn't a big deal. They just Fiends Gate the well, teleport their whole team right back in, and, you know, turn a fight completely. It was a really, really, really cool strat. And I think we're going to be seeing, you know, more teams kind of take note of that. But a little bit of a pause to start this game off. You know, just some small points here, there. No big deal.
Yeah. Just sorting some stuff out as we get in. I am interested to see it, because I feel like, you know, BetBoom's probably really hungry for this win. I mean, they need at least one win. Yeah, they absolutely need at least one win. Like, if they get game 1, I mean, you'd still want to find a second win, of course, but you can kind of rest easy knowing that, you know, worst scenario comes out, you can tie with Aster, and you can kind of force that play out. So this game 1 is more do or die for the side of BetBoom. They can recover in game 2, but you don't kind of want to leave it up there. And that's why this draft is good. I think this is the kind of draft that you do want to play really fast, or at least not fast, but pretty aggressively. A lot of that hinges on GPK's lane. I feel like we've seen a lot of Storms which, once they fall behind from, say, their Witchblade, Falcon Blade timing, or even just their Kaya timing, it feels pretty bad, especially since you don't have an IO, you don't have a Pugna on hand to top you up. So it's not like, again, you have this play you can do with the Underlord, with a gate, but it's not active as much as, say, the Pugna or the IO can be in sustaining you.
All right, well, hopefully they get whatever this lag is figured out here in just a moment. But either way, I'm mostly just curious how like some of these lane matchups are going to go. We've seen Tiny Storm enough at this point to know that like Tiny does do pretty decently in this lane. It should see us for perfectly fine, grab some early easy denies as a result of the tree grab. But I'm so worried about this Bloodseeker, man. This hero is, in my opinion, one of the best carries of the patch. So I'm very excited to see how he matches up against the Naga Siren, because I don't think I've seen this matchup, but on paper, I feel like it should be pretty good.
I think the Bloodseeker does have a lot of ways of dealing with it. It's a natural Maelstrom, it's a Mjolnir carrier. It can go Radiance if the game goes fast enough, and Naga hates playing into the Radiance herself. The Mischance is pretty annoying for the illusions. You've got the eventual build-up for the Blood Mist, which is again more AoE if need be. So it should be interesting depending on Nightfall's build. I don't expect anything too out of the ordinary, though.
Zeal's going to go for that rune, and in the river, they trade a little bit. So just some right-clicks back and forth. Ends up being pretty favorable here. PSGLG will end up with the 1 rune advantage, but we're going to head to the lanes and kind of get this game underway.
Sneak a peek down mid again. That Storm versus Tiny lane for GPK, nothing to say. Tiny feels pretty good. Storm can always kind of threaten by level 3. Double overload with the Vortex up, but the Tiny does dish a lot of damage back. The first 2 levels, for nothing to say, feel a lot better if you play with your tree gab fairly well, which you expect the Tiny to do so. And he's already done a significant chunk of damage onto GPK. Rune Control's the big one. I wouldn't be surprised if you actually commit your supports in for the 4-minute and 6-minute rune here, as we've seen a lot more that you don't tend to do that as often as you used to in the last patch, but for this mid matchup, it's a lot more important.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of my favorite things has been the fact that side lanes are just so much more like action-packed than they used to be. That's probably the best change of the patch, just because it's like it felt like mid lane was the only lane you would watch for a long time, right? Like unless you had like a really aggressive offlane or something, it was kind of just, all right, we're gonna farm. Maybe we'll see maybe a couple rotations here or there, but the rotations always came from mid lane. And now it's kind of the opposite, right? It's all the aggressions in the side lanes, and then a lot more like rotations into mid lane.
Yeah, just with how much wider the map is, with these twin gates up, allows you to really get aggressive early on. Taking a peek up top with Shiro on that Naga and Y on that Disruptor up against Resolution's Underlord and Save on the Ench. This is a little bit more passive coming out from Betmu. You can kind of look to play aggressive if you wanted to on the side of LGD. They've done a great job of chipping away at Resolution. A Save, he can always be annoying with taking a Naga illusion back. You don't have a fast way of clearing that out either. So it can be a decent chunk of damage, not particularly amazing. They have blocked the large camp at the least.
I was curious if it was going to get the Riptide, and it looks like it does. So that's a pretty decent steal, yeah.
What I am curious about is who does cross that twin gate early on. I feel like the side of LGD have some good surprises if Planet can kind of sneak around the back. It's always harder for the 4 to use the twin gate, I feel, because you have to walk a pretty long path through the backside to kind of sneak in. There's no vision from either side watching the twin gates. Maybe neither one really expects a movement out.
Yeah, it's almost always like the 5 that's rotating, or even the 1 position that's rotating, right? Bottom lane, they're going to get aggressive here with Zeal as they chase down Toronto Tokyo. He will get the Frostbite off here, but he chases him under the tower, and that will be first blood. But Nightfall with the turnaround here, potentially. The Blood Right does connect. He's very quick here thanks to the Thirst, but he needs a couple more auto attacks. He's not going to make it. And it will push him back as a big win here for this offlane.
Yeah, nice take for LGD. They managed to snag away the Lotus as well. Nightfall not able to risk it running up that area. And Zeal, early ring of health, just giving him enough of regen to last through, along with the 10 stick charges on hand. And they make a good commitment out. And that is the one shortcoming of the CM. It is still fairly squishy. You are out of blood grenade charges as well, so you don't have that added HP on hand to tank through.
Mid lane, GPK just gets blood grenaded, hit with the Thunderstrike as well. Just super annoying, harassment coming out from this Disruptor right before that 4-minute rune as well. So they will be able to just secure both for the side of PSG LGD now.
Again, for this mid lane matchup, The 4-minute and 6-minute runes feel a lot bigger than our other matchups, just because Tiny and Storm are so reliant on bottle top-ups. And nothing to say, should have decent control on both. So you can't just go for the full top-up, and the Storm will TP in, but he's going to be missing out on a lot of EXP, already missing out one wave. Nothing to say, he has free reign here to, again, clear out and go into that second water rune, just off of a good moving out from Y. And this is one thing you can do with the Naga. It is fairly hard to shove away, and Underlord and Enchantress, it can be aggressive, but it's not the scariest lane to go into, as long as you play mildly conservative here.
They're CSing super well on the side of BetBoom right now. That is the one thing they've really got going for them. They are very far ahead. And the Underlord, I think some of these last hits are probably going to be the Naga illusions, but still, he's got 13 denies. Naga's starting sitting at only 17 last hits. So despite, you know, there's first blood on the bottom lane here for Zeal, the Bloodseeker, top of the CS charts. They're doing great.
Mind space up.
They're going to jump onto the... And Prometheus, nice onslaught out there. That was actually the cast time reduction for sure. That actually allowed him to get through there.
He's having a little extra movement right outside of Bloodright, just to save his life. He has been left solo for a little bit there. As Planet, again, he's been focusing in on trying to get something mid up top.
Look at Shiro. Just getting ran down here. Save just needs one more impetus, and he's got it. Beautifully done by the Enchantress.
Yeah, you get that first vision up and keep track of your target, and they finally find the Naga. Again, this lane isn't the scariest, but there is aggressive angles you can take for BetBoom. And that's the bigger target to find. Your kill on LGD was onto the CM. You're slowing down that Naga in a big way. Bottom network core right now doesn't feel great. And we've seen Shiro kind of queue up this Midas for quite some time from the start of the game. So he anticipates a longer game as well.
Yeah,
But you kind of still need to accelerate that.
Nice, there it is. So, mid lane, we're also seeing another rotation from Save as he grabs GPK. Now they turn their attention over nothing to say he gets the level 6. Can this Planet Mirana actually turn the time? She almost managed to find the kill, and it's going to be saved with another one. Stick pop there from the Storm Spirit, trying to find the kill on the Planet. The reduced attack speed. He's got a Starstorm in one. He gets the mana. GPK will fall. Planet salvaging the situation there a little bit, but two really nice kills for the Storm in this mid lane.
They get a good amount of pressure in. You are a little bit annoyed in dying there for GPK, but it was kind of all in. Didn't quite have enough on his stick to get an extra spell cast as well that would have been necessary to catch Planet out. So you're finding some good punishment out from LGD, BetBoom though. And they're still getting away with too much in their lanes. Nightfalls, it's a pretty free ride for the Bloodseeker. There's not as much pressure as you can expect here from Zeal. Again, like, Primal Beast tends to enjoy jumping into squishier heroes. Bloodseeker, not quite that hero that you can always commit to. And they're already pressuring top.
Yeah, they just continue to play aggressive. They are going to bring in Zeal, but the damage is done. Dude, this Underlord, just having that extra 60 right-click damage is just so good. They get the tower, and a nice aggressive play here from Prometheus once again. Is nothing to say, makes this rotation in. There's going to be the Avalanche, the toss. He finds it, but Rezo trying to find a kill, and it ends up just being saved once again. The level 2 Impetus, that early Blightstone, they're just dumping in the damage. One more auto attack, the Pit of Malice comes through, and Save has a double kill. He's got 6. He's been part of all 6 kills at the 7.5 minute mark.
He's been on point with the movement out, and he's pretty damn farmed. I mean, he's just a little bit behind in comparison to Zeal right now on that Ench. Has the Gloves of Haste up, going for his Dragonlance next after these Power Threads up.
It just doesn't stop, man. Rupture out, Nightfall waiting at this rune. They get the arrow on the GPK, but of course, plenty of damage there to find the kill. All right, John, I need you to break it through. How do they slow down this game on the side of LGD?
For LGD, they're gonna have to wait for that blink timer. On nothing to say. Like that's the key part of their lineup for the early to mid game. It is that Storm initiation, that Tiny initiation you tying in with aggression from Problem is they'll try down bot. They don't have level 6 up.
He has the glimpse at least, and nothing to say is back. So they do get a kill. That is a nice one. Good rotation and good control. So they at least find something. Yeah, that's a pretty big actually gold bounty, almost 560 gold for just that one kill.
And it's important to find. Again, nothing to say, it's just rushing that blink. So his activity there does buy a lot for LGD to try to rush back in. 7-5, Betboom though. I mean, they're still getting everything they'd want elsewhere. GPK already has that Falcon Blade into the Power Treads. So he's kind of set to go. And Resolution's been left alone. His durability is going to skyrocket, just rushing that pipe next. Again, the magical output, which is what you're relying on the side of LGD early on. With the pipe, it's just going to tickle. That barrier field is so massive. And Shiro doesn't have free space to farm here. It's just constantly pressured.
There's no way you can complete TP. Yeah, it's definitely a zoning TP, of course, right? Like, if they continue the chase, you do have to complete it. Otherwise, they at least don't finish the chase on a Shiro. So, Resolution having an unbelievably good game on this offlane Underlord. Already level 7, almost level 8, top of the net worth here as he has the Vanguard done, just rushing into that Crimson Guard and the pipe.
Yeah, don't mind that at all. Again, durability comes out. All he needs to do is kind of frontline for his team, make use of the gate to probably just top up GPK or look for opportunities to come in. And just play aggressive off the back of that. LGD, you kind of need your support levels done. Y is close, but not quite there onto his level 6. And they are rushing Ags as well on Disruptor, understanding that the static storm control is going to be a big part of how they take these fights. It's just, it's slow going for a Disruptor. You don't tend to farm too much, although.
Feeds Gate into the bottom lane. They've got the Rupture there onto Zila's Nightfall. She'll be able to chase this with the help of Toronto Tokyo as well. And they hand that kill on over to Resolution, and he's like, later, taking my Gate back across the map. Don't want to fight, but nothing to say comes in. Big avalanche of the toss as well, but Nightfall is still here. They've got the freezing field, and now you committed in heavily here on the tiny Marana falls, and just one more auto attack. They get them both. And GPK, you will just TPO him instead.
I mean, I get that play for nothing to say, but you don't have the damage. There's too many heroes. That was 2 heroes trying to interrupt a 4-man channel back. And they get punished for it. That's the blink reveal from Nothing to Say coming out there as well. So Betboom's going to be ready for the tiny angles coming in, or at least they'll expect it now. And he can kind of try to handle it.
Yeah, like in this replay,
that's LGD's timing.
Yeah, I like what you said. Like, he interrupted too many heroes. If he had let, like, one more hero go through, it's probably a decent chance they get, like, if they just let GPK or something go through, they might be able to just, like, blow up Toronto Tokyo, maybe find a kill onto, like, save, or just back out. But because the Storm Spirit gets to stay there, you know, maybe against his will, it ends up being pretty good for them.
That just accelerates GPK's timings now. Kaya not too far off. They'll go for another smoke play. You only really have to pop Freezing Field, but it's like a cherry on top. It's not really necessary for these bigger pickoffs, and they find an angle here.
Rezo, unfortunately, gets that denied there on the regen rune. They're trying to find an opening, but I think Storm Spirit a little bit worried about diving in that deep all alone. Is he does have to worry about the burst from the Tiny still.
Yeah, it's still a lot of output from Nothing to Say if he does get that full combination off. And they were under vision. They knew something was up when they had that glimpse back onto Rezo. Under the smoke, they'll play it safe. For LGD, this is a lot of space coming out for Shiro. He does have the Midas, and he is now #1 in net worth, as you'd expect the Naga Siren to do, despite that slower start. Again, any hero that can kind of use the jungle early just feels really strong. So even if you have an atrocious lane, if you're not stopped for the next 10 to 15 minutes, you do just bounce back in a big way. And the Midas is just helping Shiro accelerate to that point. So while I do like the aggression from Betboom, at some point they've got to keep pressuring Shiro. If you don't, the Naga will be an issue.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. Like, this hero will eventually just become a massive problem. It could potentially be solved depending on the build that we see Nightfall go for. Of course, obviously has the Maelstrom done first, queuing up the BKB as a second item. So it looks like he just wants to play fast, which I think might be the correct play with how good of a start the rest of your team has had. If he's able to join early, they could be able to just shut down PSG LGD's, you know, momentum, or like any like space that they build, and Shiro may not be allowed to come online this game.
Yeah. And that's the ideal outcome for Betboom, just trying to shut him down. And the itemization for Blood Secret's pretty open. With a BKB, you can kind of get aggressive early. full Mjolnir to kind of deal with a lot more output there as well down the line. A Moonlight Shadow out from LGD. They still want to play with nothing to say here. They don't have forward vision though.
They will see Toronto Tokyo, and there it is, the Avalanche toss into Arrow. CM surprisingly tanky there, but still ends up dying. This Planet will be the one that secures the kill.
Yeah, and nothing to say not wanting to jump too far forward, kind of backsteps before the Frostbite comes out. And not expecting that extra durability with a Belt of Strength, but they find a kill. And the pickoffs are important, even on these smaller targets, to keep that momentum going your way. They might be able to find more if Nightfall overstays, but he's got vision.
Yeah, Planet just jumps right back up. He's like, I'd rather give the kill to your Bloodseeker than the Storm.
Yeah, it's understandable. Betboom, though, with that kill, they're going forward.
No, we'll just glimpse back the Enchantress, but that means GPK does have the ability to go in here if he really wants. A little bit of a ward. Sentry comes down, instantly countered here by Toronto Tokyo.
They don't want to leave an opening on LGD. They can't afford to have Shiro be interrupted from his farm. They do have vision up here too, which is not spotted by the sentry earlier on.
And they're thinking of going. They grab nothing to say here for the moment, but he has a nice illusion rune to buy him some space. Jumps on the backside, the Avalanche for toss. He ends up getting outside of the Static Storm. Not ideal, and that's going to force Shiro to pump that Song of the Siren. As Resolution took the Fiend's Gate up here, realizes this fight's over. Alright, he will just let it expire. He's not going to head back bottom. That's safe. Has to be a little bit careful here. Avalanche once again connects. Well, does he have to be careful? Do the other heroes? This Enchantress does so much damage. Why? Does get the glimpse, but the Vortex there on his last moments to secure the kill. Very well done.
Only find the support, but again, you'll take what you can get for Betboom. You're applying that pressure, you're making it uncomfy for Shiro. He has to walk across the map to get some farm going once more, but he's not fully interrupted. You know, he's not dying. The Naga has the full Manta up, feels a little bit better in the middle of these fights. And the stat padding is starting to come true here, so it's a lot harder to clear her out. You have the solutions on hand for Betboom, but then you kind of want to deal with Naga while it's still easier to do that than later on when it can kind of get complicated. For PSG LGD, I mean, the impact on their other cores, the impact of Nothing to Say and Zeal is kind of mitigated. It doesn't feel like they've been able to play as aggressive off the back of their Primal Beast and their Tiny as much as they'd want to.
Yeah.
These heroes can scale up decently. Zeal is going for the durability build into the Guardian Greaves now for his team. But again, I was expecting a little bit more coming out with, say, Tiny Mirana. And they did rotate a couple times in lane, weren't the most successful. But when you sit back and farm like this, you definitely just pour everything onto Shiro. So it's kind of like going all in on just your hyper-farmed pause 1 to carry you through, which, mind you, has worked for a couple of teams. It's always just a little bit slower overall.
Yeah, absolutely. Mid lane. Yes, gonna throw the Avalanche toss here onto the creep wave, and it's gonna be the opening for GPK to hit with Vortex, the Freezing Field, and the Enchantress. More than enough. And again, Rezo takes the Fiend's Gate mid. Gonna just here for some emotional support, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, why not? You get some AoE bounty coming out. You don't really mind too much. You get some free XP going. And they might be able to collapse here.
They want to.
They are spotted out.
Trying. Resolution will cut this wave. SGLG looking to just get out of dodge. 2 TPs out so far. Planet gonna stay behind at the moment.
Again, for LGD, you're not too far behind, despite these kills coming out from Betboom. Again, all of that gold's onto Shiro. So you have to ensure this investment is worthwhile on the Naga. Going for the heart next, into the defusal afterwards. So wants the durability first in case of any ganks, which is understandable considering the state of the game for LGD. They're probably not the ones to look to get aggressive here anytime soon. On the side of Betboom. And they're kind of fine just waiting around a little bit more. I mean, you're going to get this full Mjolnir up on Nightfall. That's when it gets really scary to go into that Bloodseeker with his full BKB charge still ready. He has the Orb of Destruction to soften up. Got everything you could ask for. Hello?
Yep. Quick little usage of the DD rune there. Will find planet. I mean, he was staying bottom just to cut waves, which is really smart. Like, just trying to get something out of the map right now, just because any of these other heroes, like if Tiny's down there and gets picked off, it's a lot worse. So being in the 4, it's fine to make that risky play. Mid lane, Fly, gonna take just a ton of damage here from Save, forced to use the Static Storm as a result, and it's a big cooldown.
90 seconds without it. So you can't rely on that for the next team fight. They do find space to clear out the bot tower, which is some room for LGD to kind of play with, but not a substantial amount. At least it helps keep their Wisdom Rune in their control for a little bit longer. You don't have that instant TP point to kind of sneak around. Good courier snipes, though, coming out from Resolution. 2 chonky couriers just getting chopped down by the Underlord.
Looking for GPK here. There's going to be the Avalanche, the toss, the onslaught. In comes Planet as well, but can they save him? He gets out.
Oh,
These
no.
2 take a 3-hero bit him out into the freezing field. It's going to be Tiny and the Primal Beast that go down. Resolution with a beautiful pipe usage, and Nightfall even manages to snipe Planet on the backside. It's just a huge win all around. That was like the one chance you were going to get this storm. Like, just the Underlord, man, the global presence you have from that Fiend's Gate.
Yeah, it's massive. And again, it's down to this build-up. Resolution going for the durability for his team. The pipe just providing so much up against Tiny, who's your main source of damage at the moment. They get to snag out the Tormentor as well as it spawns. So they get the free shard for the CM, and their TPs are spotted. They can't even get the counterplay here.
Man, getting the first Tormentor stolen feels so rough. And Nightfall, I mean, Mjolnir completed, going into the Basher as eventually the Abyssal Blade. This is just... It's going to end up just being so much lockdown. Save just got cooked all the way across the map.
Why?
Why Static Storms? Does not want to die.
He had
really
to.
wants this Wisdom Rune.
Oh, yeah, he had to. And he can't go for any Tormentor play, though, so, you know, he just backs off. You wouldn't be able to do that solo, unfortunately. You're no techies here. Why? But they snag something back, at the least. You know, they get that much-needed EXP for why he wants this level 2 Static Storm. He's still rushing at Ags here on the Disruptor, understanding how important that spell is, but you lose out in utility as they chase for more.
Yeah, GPK gets a glimpse of Tiny in these trees, and there's going to be the Rupture. More than enough damage to find that one. And just outside the Roach Pit, they're going to have no problem doing this if they want. I mean, they've got Crimson Guard done, the Mjolnir, of course, plus that Orb of Destruction. It's a lot of resources. They've got this.
Yeah, they've got the output. There's no counterplay that can come out here from the side of PSG LGD. If they didn't lose Nothing Say, maybe, but, you know, if they didn't lose Nothing Say, this Roach probably wouldn't happen anyway. When this Watcher is going the way of Bet Boom, we've got, again, pretty good map control to play with. They've got the secondary life ready for GPK, so your Storm. I mean, you couldn't even kill him the one time. 2 times is a big stretch to kind of imagine here at this point as well. For LGD, their hope is still all riding on Shiro. He's got the heart in the Naga. So it's starting to come together into the Diffusal Blade next for the damage. And he does have a good lead, a solid 3k over Nightfall, as he is number 1 right now on Shiro. See if this smoke amounts to much.
They can try. I mean, GPK would be a good way to start this. They get the Avalanche, the Taunts, the Arrow, the Force Step, try to save it, but he gets dropped right into the Static Storm. And Toronto Tokyo doing so much work here on this freezing field, so you get the Aegis. The question is if GPK wants revenge here. They're gonna look for White, doesn't find him. And the rest of the heroes looks like they're out. Planet hiding in the trees here. Toronto Tokyo might scout him. Doesn't look like it. He looks back away. Okay, so you burn the first Aegis. That's actually not bad. You get this pretty quickly, too.
Yeah, that's important. Because, again, it's been a little bit of a struggle to deal with GPK. If he manages to get a better Aegis use, I don't know if you can handle that second life. Like, it takes them the use of their Static Storm. Definitely not there when a respawn comes out. They do ping out Planet.
They know he's there. You can just deny the other Watcher. I'm surprised that Nightfall didn't just go Rupture him up. But I guess at the moment he's busy farming. They're going to wait for GPK, who's coming in from the backside. And there's your Vortex into Freebie. I'm curious if they're going to have to go for the second Tormentor anytime soon. 'Cause they have a lot of really good shards.
Yeah. CM Shards is already there from the first one. Enchantress Shard is pretty good. Underlord Shard is also not too bad. Those are probably the two that you're going to be juggling around here for the side of Bedroom, just Ench and Underlord. You wouldn't mind either one?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what you'd prefer. Because it doesn't feel like you'll use Little Friends. Yeah, Underlord feels a little bit better, but you know what? 2 creeps is pretty nice.
Yeah, 2 creeps
Wouldn't
is
mind
also
it either
very
way.
good. I can't believe they just added that, like, as the shard. They're like, yeah, you can also get 2 creeps, whatever. Underlord, caught out here from the static form, pops the pipe, pops the Vanguard.
So durable.
Trying to keep himself like, he's just so tanky. He's still at half HP. Yes, he's lost his mana, but he's just gonna walk away. Meanwhile, Zeal dies to the Enchantress. The Song of the Siren gets popped. What do you do when this giant slug refuses to die?
You run. I mean, the supports do all the damage in the backline there, clearing out that Primal Beast. The Underlord is not the target you want to jump first. He's too durable. You don't have the damage.
Oh, you're right, John. You're right.
Oh. Almost clipped him, I can say there. I mean, for the side of PSG LGD, again, it's down to this timing. Like, they hit this blink timing, and I can say he doesn't get the best reveal. The rotations don't really pan out, and once the Underlord has his durability items up, your Naga doesn't do much damage yet. I mean, Diffusal, it's nice and all, but it's not enough, really. It takes a long time for the Naga damage to really start to pump through, and even then, once the mana burn's gone, it also doesn't feel amazing at that point forward.
The resolution item build is just on point. Picks up that casual plate mail right away, and he's going to build this into the Shivas, of course, but the fact that this bonus armor is just doing so much work for this hero, and dealing with like the Riptide and stuff like that, and the rest of it's magic damage. He's got a pipe. Not bad.
Yeah. A little bit of a rupture out. They do manage to bail out Planet. I'm not going to be able to find that, but you're lining up on Betboom. You've got all the map pressure. You've got really good forward wards as well to watch near the high ground. GPK? It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he just doesn't care. The BKB plus the GD rune gets the static storm out of it as well. I mean, those are some big cooldowns from the storm, right? No BKB for 90 seconds, but I think he just, I kind of is like one of those moments where Storm's like, I'm tired. I haven't done anything in a while. I'm gonna go kill some heroes.
Yeah, it's fair enough. And the Disruptor is a big aspect of this counter control coming out from LGD, so clearing him out actually frees up your Storm. He's not as scared.
They're gonna find Zeal as well here. Storm and Spirit makes quick work of that, and Rezo will take the team to the other side of the map here, as they've got a creep wave at the tier 3 tower already.
Yeah. Gets burned down fairly quick. But they've got the output to still poke and prod onto the high ground.
He has a casual Hyperstone on this Enchantress.
I like what Save's been doing. Like, he went early on, he just had the Gloves of Haste in lane with the brown boots. Like, not even going for the stats, just going all in on his right click. And it just pays off massively. This guy's pretty much a secondary core. He's tied in with the Netfrit of Nothing to Say and Zeal.
Yep.
That's how rough this game is for LGD.
Dude, this Enchantress could just solo the Tormentor. That's why I'm like, they don't really need this like heavy commit. It's just Save has to go down there and kill it by himself. So
yeah, and he's got the output. Just needs that little Hurricane Pike play, but I guess it's not a high priority. They're letting the Knowledge Room cook up as well. You've got control of the map. You know LGD's not going to be able to sneak out and grab it. Not too much pressure.
It looks like GPK just doesn't stop the glimpse to try and save him, but Planet will fall first anyway. So what's the next objective here for Betboom? Like, what are we waiting for? Is it just going to be the next Roshan?
More than likely. Maybe a pick off on Shiro.
Nightfall just takes both bounty runes in front of the GPK with an empty bottle.
Huh?
Looking for Shiro. They will see him. They know he's around here somewhere. He gets the BKB off, though, on GPK. All he has to do is hold that Vortex, prevent the TP, and, well, they've got an Underlord coming in as well. He's like, you thought, baby. You have no chance of escape now. Resolution. Once again, making this Fiend's Gate look very good. They just all go
I
mid.
love an active Underlord. There's no Naga, there's no Song to worry about into the high ground push. There's still the Disruptor and a Static Storm, but it's still a level 1 Static Storm. The Wisdom Rune at least gives level 12. Good God, it's just rough when you're behind as a support here, but level 2 Static Storm, only 700 gold away from Yags, but you're not getting any farm. So the pacing's just, it feels really awful for Y, who understands how important his spell is, but they've not been able to use it in the way they'd want to. Full Abyssal up and running now on Nightfall as well. And they've just got control of the map. Next Roshan in half a minute, we'll see that timer. I'll go hunting a little bit.
Nagasaki's Courier just lived with 3 agency and it has almost an entire butterfly on it. Oh, alright. Well, we are going to see Storm Spirit get active again here onto Disruptor. Doesn't have the BKB though, so does not actually find the kill. Gets him very low still. He's got a sight.
Some pressure out.
Out soon. Oh my god. The rupture damage. Dude, it just feels like there's nowhere on the map that PSGLG can be. Like, Bet Boom, every time they see a hero, it's so easy for them to just engage, right? You've got Underlord who can get across the map. You have Storm Spirit, of course, who is just so mobile. And then this Bloodseeker, who just zooms.
Yeah, they've got the solutions for everything. And it's a fast Roche as well. So GPK scouts it out. They could, yeah, they'll try to clear out the solo Tormentor. Come on.
Oh,
there you go.
Just perfect. And there it is. Underlord gets his shard, the one that we were talking about earlier.
Feels pretty good. Again, they can just get started on the Roshan. Nothing to be scared of here from the side of LGD. LGD 20k behind. And all in on the Naga with a full butterfly up. So, I don't know if that's enough. It doesn't feel like it is. Like, the evasion is big and kind of surviving through. You also have Yags coming up from Y. So perhaps this is where things have to line up for LGD on the high ground defense. They've got to be able to draw in Bat Boom, get a good use out of that Static Storm, maximize this farm they've got in the Naga somehow. Like, if you manage to pin down GPK or pin down Nightfall, that's where things line up. But you cannot jump Resolution first. Just ignore the Underlord as much as you can, if you can.
And they might be able to. He's on the other side of the map. They do, of course, have this Moonlight Shadow coming through, but Save's got a gem. He's going to find Planet here, just start throwing the Invictus, and Planet just goes down right away. The Rupture there on nothing to say, but you've got an Abyssal. So the BKBs are there. He's trying to get this Sonic Desire to stall it out, but they've got the damage. And on the backside, the TP cancel. It's going to be Shiro stuck here as GPK offers the assist. 3 dead, no buybacks for the side of PSG LGD, and honestly, Bet Boom seem unstoppable at this point. And there it is. The GG comes out. No delay. We're just going to go right into game 2.
Yeah, it's understandable from LGD. Bet Boom play a very, very good early to mid game. They hit this tempo well. They have a great lane coming out for GPK. He manages that tiny lane fairly well. Again, it's a back and forth lane. I don't expect the tiny to fully dominate there. They had a good emphasis on the mid runes as well, like the 4-minute rotation coming out there from the side of Bet Boom on save, kind of giving them a lot, you know, just denying that away from that and say stopping him from rotating. I think LGD gets a little bit trigger happy as well. Again, they jump in, especially that fight down bot when they were trying to stop those uses of the Fiend's Gate. It punished him more, and that was their blink reveal on nothing to say. And after that, their tempo is just thrown off. I think LGD has to get a draft that matches his tempo. I understand the process of going into the Naga for Shiro, but it just felt way too passive, and it just soaked up so much farm away from everyone else. In comparison, you know, Nightfall's joining these fights. He doesn't have too much to worry about on that Bloodseeker. He has a lot of impact with just 2 items up. You kind of want that same activity to come out here from LGD if possible.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's one of those things where, like, you pick the Naga Siren for kind of just like the late game potential and just what this hero can do on the map, but you pick this into an Underlord. You know you're not going to win your lane, and giving Underlord a good game is pretty difficult just because of how fast he farms and how much damage reduction he brings to the table. And we saw, right, the fight where the entire team collapses on him and he just walks out with half HP is pretty wild. So it is just a really good game from BetBoom, and this was a really important. This was a must-win game from this team. Like, they are the only team in Group A right now that was required to win a game to keep themselves in this tournament. So that will give them their 8th win, which means we have a 5-way tie at the moment at 8 wins. So depending on what ends up happening with all these other series, we could get some tiebreaker scenarios going on in a little bit. But there's still one more game left in this series, so we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with BetBoom versus PSG LGD game number 2. We'll see y'all in a bit.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, it make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
everybody, and welcome back here to the ESL One Berlin Major. Again, we are on the final regular play of groups. It is PSG LGD here versus BetBoom. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with John X Fire, and honestly, a little bit of a blowout in game number one. I really thought PSG LGD were going to have like a little bit of a better showing, but BetBoom came swinging today.
Yeah, they just drafted to play fast. They counteracted this slower style that LGD wanted to bring out. Like, they fall back to this last pick Naga, which makes sense. It just felt like so much was hinging on this momentum from Nothing to Say on mid with a Tiny. Because you're not going to get too much play out from your Primal Beast in the slower lane. He couldn't really shut out his lane either. It was all down to this Tiny blink reveal. And, you know, his lane was tough. There was a lot of emphasis coming out from BetBoom to kind of gank there. Although there was this moment where GPK kind of went all in. Didn't have enough mana from the wand to get a secondary cast. So kind of gets blown out as well. But the execution from BetBoom was just very smooth. Again, emphasizing the mid so much. Always rotating in for the power runes. And even starting at the 4-minute water rune. Just understanding that the mid matchup was really where a lot of this game was going to be determined. And it just felt like from that point, it was very difficult for LGD to find these openings. Like, BetBoom all over the map. They play with this Underlord really well with Fiend's Gate, and you had no clear solutions coming out from LGD.
This was just like such a perfect set of TP cancels, right? Like, they have the Abyssal Blade for Tiny, and then GPK waits to BKB, zip and cancel the Naga Siren as well. It just seemed like they had answers for everything PSG LG wanted to do in these fights. They just definitely ran out of damage. They ran out of just steam, and it was just all BetBoom. I mean, they had full control over everything that they wanted to do, controlling the map, controlling the vision. You know, they get every Roche objective. Overall, just a really dominant game from them. And we'll see what happens. I mean, game number two, we're just going to go ahead and jump right on into this draft. Not really delaying at all. Is PSG LG go ahead and first phase ban out that Pugna once again?
Yeah, I think it's fair. I think considering that it feels like the Storm's a high priority right now for GPK on mid, which, you know, GPK always performs on, you have to take out that Pugna. You have to take out some of these batteries. I don't think BetBoom's the biggest IO team, so they're still confident enough to just pick the Storm without that battery, as we saw in Game 1. For BetBoom, they take care of the same heroes as well. Beastmaster and Medusa, so not too much changing there. Banning the Chen this time, which means banning the Enchantress for LGD means the Chen is open for either side if they'd want it. And they go with a Kotl instead, so I like this from LGD. It's a good shift out. It plays really nicely in most lanes. You can kind of flex it off lane if you wanted for Zeal. Although, again, I don't believe he's really picked up this hero for LGD at all. So it should just be Planet, which gives him some interesting options on the offlane. Like, if BetBoom don't pick up the Underlord at this point, Underlord Keeper for Light is pretty damn aggressive. Like, you fix the big issue of Underlord in lane, which is his early mana. So you can play hyper aggressive. BetBoom will dip into the Primal Beast themselves instead. So again, just having this solid, stable offlane. We did see Zeal shut down with this last time around. So I'm keen to see what difference comes out here for our offlane in this case for Resolution on the side of BetBoom. How much he can get done, how well he plays this lane. I'm a bit surprised they don't prioritize the Underlord, actually, leaving that option open for LGD.
I agree. I mean, you have Underlord and Doom still in the pool, and those are just like such dominant heroes right now. But I guess they want to just play aggressive with the Rubik Primal Beast, I guess. Like, that's the only thing I can imagine. And they go ahead and just take the Storm Spirit away as well. So they get the Coddle Storm combo. That's your mana battery that we've talked about and being ways to kind of enable this hero.
Yeah. I'm keen on seeing what BetBoom's solution is. It doesn't feel like you have the best lockdown with the Rubik Primal Beast just yet. We saw that be a consistent issue for LGD in the last game. So I want to see what they can get done up against the Storm. What kind of lanes they're planning, because they're not emphasizing mid bans at all on LGD. They're just emphasizing some safe lane picks for Nightfall, taking care of the PL, taking care of the Terrorblade, BetBoom as well. I mean, they ban out the Clockwork to ensure a good game on the Primal Beast and just prevent this overwhelming aggression once the hookshot is up. Having the Storm and the Clockwork on top of a hero at once is pretty scary once those level 6s are up. And taking care of the Muerts as well, which it's been rising in popularity. The win rate feels a little bit hit or miss. Like, it depends on that hero kind of getting the running start. But if it does get the running start that you'd want, you know, hit, say, your Maelstrom and your Hurricane Pike along with, say, your Moonshard. Sometimes you see the Moonshard rush as well. It does do a lot of damage. It's a very weird hero to Muerta, though. Like, its tempo is kind of strange if you think about its item timings.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is. It's one of these things that, like, you have to wait until you get it, like, your third item, like, to really have the ability to actually find kills. It's not that you don't do damage, it's just people walk away from you. So if you don't have a lineup that actually can lock heroes down for you, the Muerta feels a little bit underwhelming early on. So then you're basically playing for late game only. And it's one of the reasons we see her have, like, this 35% win rate. Like, she has to be built like a very specific way, and you have to have a team that enables her. I go back for the Crystal Maiden, who continues to crush this tournament. Very nice.
I mean, it looked amazing last time around. They're from Toronto, Tokyo. Just getting the early shard, having a lot of presence out of the blood grenades, feeling a lot more durable with a couple of blood grenades on hand as well, opening up that aggression in lane. It gives a lot, even though, you know, everyone loves to meme about CM's move speed. It doesn't matter when you're just as slow as her with Blood Grenade and Crystal Nova. Doesn't matter at all.
I'm trying to figure out what you do here on PSG LGD, because you know you're going to be running the... You know you're going to be, like, getting counterpicked here, right, in your safe lane. You already see the Primal Beast Rubik. You have to assume this is going to be the offlane duo. So PSG LG probably want their 5-1 here. And then Bet Boom obviously get to respond with, you know, whatever they want, either the mid lane or the safe lane. So it's going to be a little bit difficult. Okay, this is just one of the things that China loves. This Elder Titan blocks a lot of specific heroes. And they grab the Legion Commander as well, a hero that has looked very good of recent.
Yeah, it's looked phenomenal just with how much it does now, with just a slight rework to its spells, right? Like switching around where the attack speed's coming in, where your move speed's coming in, and suddenly allowing you to cast overwhelming odds in the duel relieves a lot of pressure in the hero with its initiation. So I like seeing that come out. I think the interesting thing for PSG LGD, we've seen this a couple of times with Elder Titans, the twin gate across the map with your spirit waiting on the other side.
It's so funny.
It can be a bit funny. It's a lot of output, so I want to see LGD play like that. You know, play hyper aggressive, use this mechanic on your Elder Titan, and just get running. Bet Boom though, get to go straight into the Alch. The LC lane, it's not too bad to go into. You can kind of manage that as the Alchemist. And we've talked about how good the Alchemist has looked in this tournament. It's looked phenomenal, just because even after a slow start, it can still catch up. If it does get a fast start in lane, which certainly is possible with a CM this time around, it's overwhelming to deal with. Like, this hero just snowballs way too damn hard, has really good tools in the laning phase, and has a pretty safe way to recover nowadays. It's a great hero.
It's so interesting. Like, one of the only matchups that Alch really struggles against, I feel like, in the game is the Legion Commander. Because you're pretty much forced to build a Linken's. Like, you don't really want to have to do that, because obviously you want to be the one, like, doing the initiating, going ham in fights. But if you get dueled by a Legion with Blade Mail, like, you can definitely die on this hero. So it is a little bit surprising that they picked the Alchemist directly into it. But like you said, you have a really strong lane combo with the Crystal Maiden. I think they might be able to make it work anyway. And as long as they get themselves a really solid pick here in the mid lane that can kind of make some space for the Alchemist, I think they're going to be just fine.
Yeah, you just need some activity to come out mid. You have the option for something like maybe the Ember versus Storm matchup. Still available for Bet Boom if they kind of want to go into that. Allows you to jump the backline as well, clear out the Kotl early on, as you don't want to keep that top up there for the Storm all too long in these fights. And they ban out the Puck from LGD, which is another high mobility here that can give you a lot of team fight for Bet Boom. Pretty scary combination with the Dream Coil and the Freezing Field. And we've seen that impact again from Toronto Tokyo in the last game. When you do manage to have that shard and no one's there to interrupt the CM, it feels pretty oppressive. And they do ban out the Ember. So, playing it safe. Quap is still in the pool though, if you wanted something jumpy on Bet Boom.
Yeah, Quap's in the pool. You still have Pangolier, which... I'm trying to think if you would be okay running a Pango here. Like, there isn't like a real solid counter to it. It is a little bit of a rough lane in the Storm Spirit initially, but The Diffusal does work. Also allows you to maybe get some lockdown onto the Keeper of the Light. So I feel like that's the hero you're going to have to probably jump in these fights first.
Yeah. Again, taking out that mana battery is going to be big. What other options? Maybe, I don't know about the Void Spirit versus Storm matchup. It can work out. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. I like the Lifestealer ban out. That is a core that can kind of stand up to the Alk as well. So you just take care of these safer options for Shiro. He does have some quirky options available, like say PL's on hand if you kind of wanted that. Although I guess an Alchemist with Radiance and a Primal Beast can kind of make that a little bit scary.
Go Sven. I mean, Bloodseeker as well. I mean, we saw it last game come out for Bet Boom. Both those heroes are actually pretty good here.
Yeah, fits in pretty nicely. Bet Boom has this chance to still flex and respond, at least like get a really good lane matchup with the off lanes left. Like Doom has been left in the pool with all these bans, and you've been singing praises about the Doom. If you somehow flex a Primal Beast mid, which again, the matchup against Storm's not amazing, but you see the utility for a Doom here, you could try to go for it. Bloodseeker does come through.
It's a good hero, man. I'm not surprised this hero's getting more attention. It is only a matter of time.
Yeah, just gives you a lot. Plays really fast. And they go with the Underlord. All right, so we will have, what is that, a nothing say Underlord? Or?
GPK
no,
Primal
right,
Beast.
GPK Primal
Yeah.
Beast. Resolution on the Underlord once more. The lane matchup for GPK is a little bit rougher, although I can see it being playable as long as you kind of use your Onslaught well and your Trample to threaten, so it's not the worst thing. I like this coming out from BetBoom. I think you've got two really tanky frontliners. You have some solutions here on LGD. I think this is a draft that plays a little bit faster on LGD, so it rectifies some issues from game one. But I think you run into almost the same issue, although not really the same issue, more that a new issue is in that if you don't really shut down Nightfall, then dealing with the Alk is going to be a little bit scary. Sure, you've got the duel. You've got pretty solid lockdown. The Bloodseeker Rupture can kind of prevent that Alchemist from feeling ultra durable and running around. But it's still an Alchemist, and we've seen it just straight out win games when the conditions are right. You've got Underlord to buff you up as well, provide even more durability coming out, and can be a little bit awkward. I want to see LGD play a lot faster here, Ricky. Use that battery, get some good duels for Zeal, and just keep applying that pressure.
Yeah, I agree. I think Zeal is actually the one who has the most weight on his shoulders this game. I think he's going to be the one who has to find the like kills on this, Alchemist, not only in the early game, but also the mid game. Like, you're going to have to get that Blink Blade Mail timing up. You'll have to get the BKB to follow. And you'll have to be able to actually like secure these pickoffs onto the Alk, or just like pick him off in fights right away, just so that he can't actually get get ramping up in his damage. You're just gonna have to ignore the Underlord, which is one of those things that you don't really want to have to do, but I don't think you'll have a choice. Like, he's gonna eventually get his Pipe, Crimson Guard, Guardian Grief, stuff like that, and Legion's gonna have to just be your primary damage dealer, I think, at dealing with this Alchemist, or at least your primary lockdown. Maybe the Bloodseeker can bring in the damage as well once he has like a BKB of his own.
Yeah, you've got a couple of options, and that's why I do prefer this draft from LGD for game 2. I still feel like BetBoom has some solid conditions to play with. And the main thing for BetBoom is really their mid matchup. How much can GPK really get done up against a Storm? I think Nothing Say should be able to manage that lane a lot better. But again, as a Primal Beast, you do have some openings. Your level 3 spike is pretty decent. You can always threaten with Trample if the Storm's trying to go up to the wave. And you've always got the Onslaught to save, so it's not the worst thing in the world. But I feel like for BetBoom, that's where you've got to watch. Because the Underlord's always going to find farm. The Alchemist is going to be just farming anyway. So your play is really just going to be out on GPK. Which it was also the case for game 1. But now you're kind of really locked into just having this Primal Beast carry that momentum through for you.
Dude, Primal Beast mid is a hero that can absolutely run over a game. Like, he gets to a point, like, if he has a really good start, gets to an early level 6. The supports just don't have the ability to survive the damage that he can output. You do have a tanky, Elder Titan as your 5, but Planets on the Coddle is very susceptible to that damage. And Zeal, she's just going to stand inside this acid spray and take an absolute beating as GPK gets the first blood Nightfall on the run, but an onslaught comes through. Why trying to finish him off in the last couple moments here of the Spirit, realizes he won't get the kill, steals the bounty rune, and will run away. So a lot of resources committed from both teams as Nightfall's coming to the lane with almost no HP. but first blood for your mid, that's huge.
He sacrificed 4 bounty runes for that, so it's not the worst thing in the world for LGD, especially up against an alchemist. Yeah, I mean, you deny that Grievel's Greed start, you know, not giving as much to Nightfall in the lane matchup. There is a lot of aggression that you can get out here with Zeal. They get the deny off as well for Y. So the reset comes through, no issues here for LGD. You are leaving your bot a little bit exposed, but level 1 Rubik and Underlord, it's not the biggest threat in the world, so you don't mind that too much.
Yeah, I agree. Like he'll get some, like usually you would expect him to just get some denies here or there, but Toronto Tokyo getting ran down here by Planet as he throws that blood grenade. Zeal trying to close the gap here with the overwhelming odds, decides to turn around. Planet might go for that Illuminate channel. No, not gonna bother. But that's a lot of third stacks for this bottom lane Bloodseeker, so he's very happy with that harassment in the other lanes.
Exactly. Like, you might not even want the kill. You might just want Shiro to have that added move speed, added right-click speed, just to have him handle lane a little bit better. And this combination of Bloodseeker plus Elder Titan, it's not the most straightforward lane. There's a lot of counterplay you can bring out from Betboom. Just the burn damage from Firestorm, the attack damage reduction from Fade Bolt can make this a little bit awkward for Shiro. You are relying more on Y to look for these angles to trade with the Spirit. Again, I'm keen to see if Y will try to go for the Teleporter, go for the Twin Gate, and get the max charges. Not an emphasis right now. Like, you can't leave Shiro alone for the most part in this lane.
Speaking of being left alone, Nightfall had a few moments there where he just had no lane partner, of course, because of how much they were able to just zone out Toronto Tokyo. So he got a little bit of nice experience, but he has kind of been shut down in terms of CS. Like, the lane's in a really bad spot at the moment, so they are going to have to pull. And Zeal is just kind of really CSing here on this Legion Commander.
Yeah, it's just able to really farm up, and this combination with a Kotl down line, Chakra on overwhelming odds, it's a pretty good way to just sustain and apply constant harassment to an opposing melee hero. So I do like this combination coming out. I think it can be pretty scary to go into for Nightfall. The magical damage can be overwhelming. You can see how much you can get. You're also having a really good start for Say again for GPK. It's not a very easy lane. It's playable to an extent, but certainly much more playable for the Storm. And I don't see any sign of relief coming out soon either. It's not like you can leave these side lanes to contest the 4-minute rune. And if you do, you leave yourself susceptible to, again, just getting run down in either side lane anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, right now, Planet trying to smite Primal Beast here a little bit with an Illuminate, but he does have a nice ward here that's scouting out this rotation, so GPK should be safe here unless he gets knocked out.
Kind of playing tag, but again, LGD has this option to...
I mean, GPK, he's got, 4 wand charges and a fairy fire, but it's not going to be enough. Gets pushed back by the blinding lights. Getting a little bit too aggressive, and that's right before the water runes, and nothing to say we'll get both, most likely.
That's the timing we're looking for. Again, emphasis on mid for these rune refills. And you just can't abandon your side lanes on Betboom, so LGD just get the immediate advantage. Nothing to say is having a free ride into his level 6. And there's not much a Primal Beast can do once that 6 is achieved. GPK still has room to grab 1 rune at the least, but with an already topped up bottle, I'm sure you're denying it from Nothing to Say, but you're not really getting value from it as well, outside of maybe a quick burst heal if things get rough here.
Yeah, this mid lane is going very well here for Nothing to Say. I mean, he has a huge net worth advantage, or a huge, CS advantage as well. He's going to do a good chunk of damage here to the Storm Spirit, put another Vortex into a Remnant, and GPK does need to start being a little bit more careful here. So he's going to be forced to salve. That being said, Nothing to Say does have no more bottle charges, so we might see him request like a refill, or he could walk base a little bit closer to the 6-minute mark, or just before the 6-minute mark. Looks like he's just going to go ahead and start farming his way back to base right now.
Yeah, you can kind of leave your Kotl mid. You don't have mana on Planet to clear out the wave, though. But he can soak some very important EXP for the Kotl, hit level 3, maybe go for the 1-1-1, and start to sustain that way. Again, your side lanes here for LGD are strong enough that you can leave them alone. Maybe not the bot. Shiro is a little bit more fragile, but you can certainly leave Zeal up against this Alk lane. And so far it's paying off for the side of LGD. The only lane for Betboom to really go positive is Resolution's lane. But it is the Underlord lane. That is something you expect. You're just naturally tend to at the very least farm up quite well, and up against melee matchups it feels pretty good. So you're keeping a lid on Shiro, you're getting this ramp up on Reso. Once he has the Vanguard, you're probably not going to get any play out on him, and now they've got room for a mid rotation.
Yeah, nice fort on the wave here from Nothing to Say as they get the nice root there onto planet as well. Rotation in from the Rubik. It's going to be an illusion rune that drops, as Nothing to Say just goes aggressively here onto the high ground. The Vortex to pull him back. He pops the wand. He's trying to keep himself alive, and Toronto Tokyo will just deny the illusion rune away from Nothing to Say, but it's going to cost him his life in the process. 6 heroes in the mid lane here for that 6-minute rune.
Sound strategy.
Good stuff there. I mean, the fourth on the wave actually was really smart because GPK was very close to hitting that level 6. Ends up not being able to clear out that those like few extra creeps. And that means he'll pulverize.
Pulverize would have made all the difference in the world. Missing out on that kill, bleeding out once more to Nothing to Say. Very strong start for a Storm. Have some room to be aggressive and poking and prodding onto Nightfall, making this Alk pretty uncomfy in lane. He can still recover, but this is not the kind of start you wanted for the Alk. We expected more aggression coming out with the CM. And LC is pretty hard to shove away though. And LGD kind of working their lanes a lot better here in game number 2 for sure. And only really hurting on Shiro's lane. But not too bad. I mean, you're still above a couple of the cores on the side of Betboom anyway, despite a lot more back and forth. Still manageable for the Bloodseeker for the most part.
Got pinged like 30 times on Discord. I'm like, all right, y'all need to shut up. I'm gonna have to mute this.
At least you're getting things tricky. I have no friends. Haha.
No,
See?
we're all
thing.
heading to Berlin for the major. So it's like everyone's like coordinating. Like, so one of the guys just landed. He's like, what do I do? I'm like, figure it out later. It's not my. I can't have time for this.
Hey, at least you get to watch some sick games. Nothing to say.
I'm so excited. Pulverize here in the mid lane from GPK. They do have telekinesis as well as the onslaught. They push him down to the low ground. It will be a save there from Zeal. He does have the duel available. There it is. First one of the game. Picked up at just the 8-minute mark. That is really strong. And why? He's just zoning out the supports here. Again, so much pressure being applied into this mid lane. Now, Legion Commander getting that first duel is going to pay dividends later on.
That's big. And again, the emphasis is on mid just to stop Nothing to Say, because this Storm can get pretty free if left unchecked, which unfortunately backfires for Betboom. We've got Nothing to Say tied in with Nightfall's farm right now. Already has a Falcon Blade up into his power treads. And this Storm is going to feel really good with Kotl backing him up. Like, you've got the value point in Chakra level 1, not the biggest in the world. Still pretty impactful for Storm to have. Again, with all that emphasis mid, your side lanes are freed up. You're allowing farm to go on to Shiro. You are buying some space, but it is an Underlord and an Alk getting some space. Nightfall's just trying to rush into the Radiance, which will help massively. They've got a smoke play down south.
I mean, they would love to find the Bloodseeker, but it looks like they're just going to have to settle for the Elder Titan as he will tank the gank there. I don't know if you've noticed the Radiant Triangle at all, but Kotl has been stacking like an absolute madman. They're going to continue to try and push bottom here. Shiro showing for just a second might be a problem here as he gets the Rupture out onto GPK. The onslaught is there. Has to just try and hold his ground here with this trample, but another duel for Zeal comes through as he actually just rushed an armlet. Okay, nicely done as they get a second there onto Toronto Tokyo. Not able to disengage. Zeal's just going to take that portal back top. He's like, okay, I did my job. See you.
Yeah, let's head back. Keep the farm game going. Second duel win for Zeal very early on. So he's feeling great. He's feeling extra durable with the armlet. Inside of Betboom, you're seeing some issues with the matchups, right? Like, Storm is a pretty good answer to Primal Beast. Sure, he can be annoying with the onslaught, and that's your key timing. Just onslaught on top. Try to trample him down, but at the same time, Storm has some pretty spammable slows on you, so when you trample, you're actually not moving as much. That cuts your DPS by a huge amount for GPK. It's gonna need something like a BKB just to have that impact. Maybe just always force a duel onto him. Buy some space for everyone else to kind of do what they want to do in the middle of these engagements. LGD, 5-3, not the biggest net worth lead, but that should ramp up as they start clearing out these insane stacks. Mentioned here.
I was wondering when they were going to go for these. They definitely needed to do it now because if it gets scouted on the side of Bedboom, it's very easy for them to actually take that. You have the Underlord, you've got a Primal Beast, you got an Alchemist. All these guys love stacks.
Still efficient. They stack one more time on the Ancients. Nothing to say. He's going to have a very quick timing on his Kaya Sanj. At least once the Kaya is up, that feels really good on the Storm Spirit to just zip around, do a little bit more damage coming out there. For Betboom, again, it's all about stall. It's all about space for Nightfall. He hasn't been pressured. He's been left alone for the most part up top. His Radiance timing still looks to be on point. So the Flash Farm can really kick in at that point forward. And it's just going to be down to how well LGD can manage the Elk. Because we've seen these kinds of games before, Ricky, here in the group stages where you have this overwhelming start, but you leave the Elk alone. Just to jump forward.
Yep, nice little pick off there. Nothing to say. Grabs that one. This ward, we've seen both teams be very, like, I mean, we just see, like, Bedboom plays the other one, but this ward right here next to this Dire Outpost has just done so much work. It gives so much vision over that whole jungle area. Primal Beast comp by the sleep. Another jump in here from Nothing to Say as he grabs a DD rune in the process. There's going to be a nice pulverize, but just not enough damage to get away. Bottom lane, Rupture. Also managed to catch the Underlord. Shiro falling incredibly low, but saved by Zeal and Rezo. Now in a lot of trouble as there is a duel. Zeal will be able to finish it off. It looks like he does once again. Gets his third duel victory and his level 10 talent. So that +8 duel damage. And it's just going to keep getting better and better for this Legion. And that's what I was so worried about, man. If Zeal's able to get a good start, this Legion Commander shuts down a lot of the heroes on Bedboom.
Zeal's off to a running start. He's going to have his Blink flying out now, so he has easier initiation angles. They're clearing out mid with no contestation from the side of Bedboom. Again, for Bedboom, it was contingent all on GPK down mid. And it's just not an easy lane for the Primal Beast into that Storm. It's just a lot easier for the Storm to cut off your tramples, to kind of stop you from maximizing your onslaught. We'll start clearing out the Ancients now. Good amount of
they're gonna take a lot of damage for this, but it's definitely, again, another thing that just has to be done. It's a lot of net worth that's gonna go their way. A lot of experience as well, and 4K lead now for the side of PSG LGD.
Interesting smoke from Bedboom down south. It's only Zeal here, but that would still be a big kill if they manage to clip him down.
Blink, man. That smoke gets popped and he blinks away. Yeah, if you don't have that ward on the high ground there, there's almost no chance you're going to be able to get that rotation. Resolution will at least grab the tower, so that is an objective going their way, but they're just out farming you on the map pretty much everywhere right now.
Yeah, just save for the Elk. Right, like Nightfall is still having a lot of space done. His Radiance is up, his farm pace kicks in. It's LGD's turn with the smoke though. They still have duels here.
They're gonna go right in and duel up to the Primal Beast. Can he get out in time? No, not at all. He managed to find the kill. Stolen Bloodright goes the other way. As Toronto Tokyo just getting ran down here from Zeal as GP, or I want to say GPK, it's nothing to say. Just finds another. Chasing down save as well on the Rubik. Another Vortex to pull him back. A double kill for the Storm Spirit. And they are relentless.
They are. Just constant with the aggression coming out from LGD. Again, this draft just goes so fast in comparison to what Bedboom wants to do with his kind of slower start. You've got to fall back, keep that build up. Resolution isn't at the point where he can just tank for his team either. The pipe is still a ways off. Crimson Guard ways off as well. So you don't have your defensive items up. Your Rubik and your CM can play fast, but your Primal Beast just isn't set up to just run in and cop all the spells. Not until the BKB's up. Which is, again, still 2 components away here for GPK. He is the bottom network core, which is not a great feeling for the Primal Beast. I mean, this hero doesn't need too much farm, but it needs some farm. And he doesn't have the room, he doesn't have the kills to ramp up. It's all in on Nightfall. His BKB blink timing, it might be enough, maybe, if they find the right angle. It's like, if you're not dueled down by Zeal, then perhaps.
Like, it's just the duel that's always coming out. He will grab the Rubik here in the mid lane. Oh, he steals Ball Lightning. Never mind. Save is out. But the chase continues. I'm going to say snipes him on the backside. He's very low on mana, but GPK going to be bailed out here. Now Toronto, Tokyo falls as well. Zeal is just crushing these heroes on this Legion Commander as Nightfall will finally get active here. The question is, can he do anything? He's trying to save Rezo here on the Underlord, but it's 4 heroes on the side of PSG. LGD, nice bit of malice. Nightfall ruptured up, now trying to turn around here, but he's stuck inside the silence as Shiro's going to join the fight now. And it's 3 dead. Resolution makes it back to the base, but oh boy, PSG LGD are just crushing them now.
Fat Boomer in a ton of trouble. Planet with just all the sustain he's bringing out with Spirit Form, the blinding light to kind of kite this Alchemist around, buys them enough room to find those openings. Save does manage to steal the Ball Lightning once more, but he bails out this time.
Okay, he's out. Gets the haste rune. Denies that away from the storm. I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's good enough. It's still not going to cut off Nothing to Say too badly. Like, again, he's got the Mana Battery and Chakra right now. He's got his full Witchblade coming out. So he's got the Kai Sanj and Witch and Falcon Blade, which it's just such a strong timing for the Storm. Like, having all these small pickups into the BKB, you don't have a straightforward solution to just catch him out. Your instant control isn't there unless you maybe find an angle for Toronto Tokyo to start with Frostbite, or you get the follow-through from the Pulverize, which has been really hard to do. GPK can run forward relatively fast, but no one's there to back him up when he does commit.
Yeah, and you do have just this early Vessel timing as well from Planet now, and that is just super scary to deal with just because you don't have, like, you don't have BKBs yet on your Primal Beast. Like, Underlord, of course, not really a BKB builder. Usually tries to go for things like the Guardian Greaves, the Pipe. So he'll eventually be able to dispel it with that, but the only hero who can really get rid of this will be Nightfall. He's about 300 gold off the BKB, but Shiro is going to have his even before then.
Yeah. It's going to be really difficult to lock in the Bloodseeker. And we haven't even seen Shiro all too much in these fights as they zip. They get the Arcane Rune. That's a bigger one for Nothing to Say to secure. Would have been nice to have the Rubik steal that, but, you know, just a little bit too far out.
Yeah, Bet Boom completely on the back foot this game. Only sitting at 3 kills, completely the opposite of what they were used to in game number 1.
Yeah, it's a direct mirror of the last match. It's LGD crushing, it's LGD shutting down this area. Perhaps with a Pipe you feel a little bit more confident in your durability?
Looking for Zeal, at least to try and, like, bait him potentially here. He's not going to fall for it, though, as GPK hiding in the trees. The whole team behind him. Nightfall, of course, no Blink Dagger, but does have the BKB done. Man, that's such good restraint. So many Legion commanders would just, like, run in there, you know? Knowing his team's behind him, but...
They don't want to give openings on LGD. They understand. They need a win here to just have an easier ride up. You know, a draw keeps Betboom alive. A draw also helps LGD have a good shot of staying in the top 4. A 2-0 would kind of blow that open, and Betboom suddenly has a lot more of a chance and some further tiebreakers there as well for higher positions. So, you know, you don't want to give that out.
Yeah, I got some info about what happened in some of the other series as well. 9 Pandas dropped their first game to Execration, and EG lost to Liquid. So we're going to be seeing a lot of teams like at that potential 9 wins now. We're going to jump in and get a duel here. They found the Rubik, and he's just going to get blown up first. The Vessel here onto the Underlord doing a lot of work as well. That's Nightfall's going to come in. A nice freezing kill from Toronto Tokyo. Up in the trees, BKB comes out from Zeal, but they get out on the Storm. He's going to be able to survive as Shiro now on the run. Nightfall looking for an opening here with the stun. Is going to be able to catch him. They've got Shiro. He was trying to TP out under a ward. A beautiful find there is now Betboom Can they get more? Why? Off the mark there with the stomp, the Solar Bind slowing down this Alchemist, but you're not slowing down GPK. Never mind, he's going to be able to survive the drum plus that, spirit. He's gone. I mean, this is a great fight from BetBoom. A ton of gold and XP going their way.
That's what they needed. They get 2 big core kills. They sacrificed their offlane and their Rubik support for that, but it's worthwhile. You get some really good activity coming out here from Nightfall. He doesn't even have to pop his BKB there, just has the opening. And the big difference maker was Toronto Tokyo with that really strong position on the CM. Like just having that full frozen field on top of all of these heroes heavily clumped up with a counter control coming out with the Pit of Malice still running from Resolution. It does a lot. And LGD have to respect that. They have to watch that scene. Toronto Tokyo has been on point, even in the last game. Like his positioning for that freezing field has been magnificent for the most part.
Yeah.
And the investment in Yalk is starting to pay off.
Yeah, that's your Blink Dagger now, so he's going to try and get active as they smoke up right again. The other thing to note is, like, BKB doesn't give you that magic immunity, so yes, he sees Freezing Field, he goes in with the BKB, like, that'll all be fine. It is a ton of damage that comes out from this spell regardless, so even that bonus magic resistance, not enough to really allow you to fight into that Freezing Field. You've got to be able to cancel it.
Yeah, and I like that change. That's one thing that... I still overall don't know how I feel about the BKB changes, but I do like that, spellcasters aren't completely useless when BKBs are up. You can still do something. So it's an interesting change.
It's a good change. I think there was... It works because of the fact that they reduced, stun durations like across the board, and speaking of which, they managed to find the Elder Titan here. That would be a nice big off red zone, joins the bottom team push here, as he does have that Crimson Guard and the pipe done. He needs to get to these Guardian Greaves so he's less vulnerable to that Spirit Vessel. Could see him go for... You can't really go Lotus Orb this game. It's decent at reflecting the Rupture, but I think you're going to be kind of leaving it up to save to try and steal Rupture this game.
Yeah. Like, if you can, it's massive and just holding back this aggression from the side of LGD. You do have more protection now on LGD, though. Full BKB for nothing is flying out. So you shouldn't be stuck in as awkward of a position here in the middle of these engagements. And you are still 8k behind for BetBoom. So they need to kind of pull that out of their hats once more as they jump in.
I mean, he's going to get a lot of damage on him. There's the Vessel, of course, and will just walk away. I mean, that's not bad. He just wasted his last Vessel charge, so it's not going to be available for this fight. They can hold their high ground here. It's actually pretty good. Good GLG, thinking of going in.
Scan misses.
That boom smoke to the south. Either team nearly knowing exactly where one is. Zeal on this Legion pops the BKB and instant response from GPK as well as Invictus comes in on the backside. The Crimson Guard trying to keep them all alive. And GPK will be able to do so. Freezing Field instantly canceled this time as they're crumbling here on the side of BetBoom. Shiro just chopping them down. Triple kill for him. Nightfall will TP on home. But 4 for 0. The damage just overwhelming in this fight.
And they've got the chance to go Roche. I mean, this time they managed to get the silence off onto Toronto Tokyo, prevent that freezing field from really being impactful. They managed to pin down the Primal Beast early on as well, so when they come in, they don't have to worry too much about its mobility coming through there. And with a Roshan take for LGD, and the Watchers going your side, the secondary life for Nakinsei, it's going to be massive if they want to prioritize him here. But it does look like they'll just hand it over to Shiro, and he will pick it up. They managed to get the punishment. This time, the angle from BetBoom not as clean, not as sneaky for Toronto Tokyo. Which, it's so weird to say, but that freezing field is a large part of your team fights right now. Like, this CM is actually pretty high priority in setting up. Like, the slows, the damage, it provides a lot. And it's probably your only real team fight spell if you think about the lineup of BetBoom as well. Like, freezing field is your one big team fight on top of, like, say, Pit of Malice. That's your 2 really big AoE controls, and... well, if one doesn't get channeled fully, then the other one is a little bit more manageable for the side of LGD.
Shiro's doing up the Eye of Scotty here as well, so a little bit more healing reduction. Try and slow down this Alchemist in these fights, but also just give him infinite chase. Like, you're not going to be able to get away from an Eye of Scotty Bloodseeker. Bottom lane, they're going to dive for save here. Nightfall goes ahead, pops that ult and just blinks away. Okay, so he doesn't even want to try to engage here.
Yeah, it's fair enough. Like, it's not a good angle in. Rubik is, again, another big part of control. Like, your supports are just so important right now for BetBoom. Kind of finagle their way into these fights. He's going for the farm, though.
Uh-oh. Ooh, quick blink response there. Tormentor is up. It is very hard to fight into this, so you have to be careful.
LGD, they do respect the amount of heroes BetBoom has. They will back off. Don't pressure too hard. And BetBoom should be able to find the Tormentor. I think a sneakier play would be punishing them while the Tormentor's happening. You know, they're going to be soft enough a fair bit, but not going to do that. Just allow that to be taken by BetBoom. And if it's our CM shard once more, that is pretty big. And Toronto Tokyo will take it. So that is huge. The impact of that freezing field cannot be understated. So all he needs to do is find that good position now to channel that spell. And they can still turn these fights. LGD, though, is still in a strong position, 11k up. Nightfall is still number 1 in net worth, though, and he is inching towards his full AC, mitigating a lot of the output, along with the auras coming out there from Resolution. So you've gotten a lot of good answers for the physical output right now of LGD.
Alright, Rezo is just going to go for the Lotus Orb, realizing he needs to get some armor and that Dispel. I don't really blame him, but they're going to jump in here, nothing to say. Grabs him, the Rupture does come through, and Resolution isolated out, brought down without any problems. I'm going to say he has a regen problem as well, so they can just keep on going.
Not much stopping them as they'll go for that tier 2 mid. No defense coming out from inside of BetBoom, just trying to shove what they can. Get an angle out of that area. Inside of LGD, still in control. I mean, they've still got 2 minutes left on that Aegis for Shiro. Not too much to be scared of. They won't push the limits too much. They are just mass TPing up top. I think they've got an idea. Yeah, they want to punish. Perhaps with a gate.
Might be right. They might be going for the gate. Nothing to say, trying to scout it to see if there's anyone rotating up there or if they have a ward. When you're out, he does have the money for an AC. The question is if he wants to buy it out or try and get to buyback. It looks like Nightfall might be making his way over there to try and buy out the AC, though. Well, maybe not.
It's risky. It does feel necessary right now for BetBoom. There's more damage mitigation, more damage amp for you as well. Yeah, they buy out. No buyback on him. They managed to catch that Alk in maybe the next minute. We'll be able to punish.
Vindicator axe here for the Legion. Does duel count? It doesn't. That doesn't count as a stun, right? It's not a stun, is it?
No, it's a taunt, so I don't know if that counts for either one.
Yeah, I don't think it does either. Because I was like, if you just duel and get 20 armor for free, that would be insanity.
I think it might count as a silence. A taunt might count as a silence in a way. It depends on how it's coded.
All right,
so
we're gonna watch that. We're gonna watch.
Yeah,
that.
I want to
just make Legion absurdly strong.
Yeah, free 30 damage is pretty nuts. Rezo.
Ooh, he gets the portal out. Nice done. Nice try there from nothing to say. Dude, what if it just counted as both? And you just get 20, 30 damage and 20 armor. That'd be so funny.
That would be pretty busted. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was somehow coded that way. I do not think so, but again, pretty hilarious if it is. Like, every LC will just gun for this, and then there's something very busted here. Zeal?
Oh, Zeal!
What are you doing?
He's gonna go and grab the Crystal Maiden. Easy pick off there. They managed to actually catch the Storm Spirit up onto the backside here. He's dead. Your Aegis is not available.
Shearer's not there either. Doesn't want to join in, so a big win for BetBoom.
Nightfall. Ooh, they almost get vision of him there in the trees. The blink out will save Zeal. So, we lost the gem too. It's on the deck back there. I don't know if they've actually noticed it on BetBoom, but getting the Storm Spirit turns just 2,000 gold for the side of BetBoom and potentially a gem if they manage to recover. If they recover it instead of PSGLG.
Looks like they should be able to, just running back and farming. So someone should be able to take note of that. Nightfall will give the vision, and they ping it
yeah.
out. Alright. Big win. Just a bit too aggressive there on the side of LGD. A little bit too far forward of a jump here, coming out from nothing to say. I did watch her LT as well. I do not believe he got the plus damage or the armor.
It didn't look like it. Yeah. I was trying to watch. It didn't look like he got either, so.
Yeah. Unfortunate. Would have been... I mean, it's kind of busted if he did. So I guess it makes sense, but it would be funny.
Dude, this item just got buffed for, I think, no reason. I feel like Vindicator's Axe was already really good because it synergized insanely well with certain heroes that like to build, you know, Mask of Madness and stuff, and you just get a free 30 damage when you pop Mask of Madness. But I just decided, yeah, give it more damage, more armor. It's good stuff.
And 20 armor is just insane.
Yeah, 20 armor is nuts.
That is a lot of EHP. It's I think once people realize how busted it is, it should be interesting when it does get nerfed down. But it's a lot. So
it's like 100 agility worth of armor, is it not?
Yep.
Something like that.
Yep. I mean, it's more than a plate mail. So that alone is
2 plate mails.
A lot of value. Yeah, it's
literally
insane value.
2 plate mails. Like, it's ridiculous. Zeal, he's got 122 dual damage. I mean, it's not as much as I actually thought he would have at this stage of the game, considering how fast of a start he had, but he's still having a great game on this LC. He's going to go for the boost travel next. Be able to just split push, rotate around the map here as well. Sure, bottom lane. TP's on in. We're going to see a smoke right away from Betboom as they see that TP come out bottom. A bottled Arcane Urn. Thank you, Observer.
I can say he's going to be feeling himself. Unfortunately, the shield is expiring. Not going to be as durable up front, but this
Some
could be
big
the
items,
difference
man.
maker.
Line up with the newly finished Aghanim Scepter as well. They're going to see if they can just control this bottom side of the map as Roshan... It's going to be spawning in about a minute and a half. Right now, Betboom going to start pushing out this bottom wave. This is the next objective, right? They get a good ward here behind the bottom outpost. We'll give them something to play around. And we did see yesterday just how effective heroes like Underlord are at playing around these areas. There's a lot of choke points, but out straight up, and they just jump right on in. A Vortex gonna reflect it. They actually just aren't ready to chains on him, and now Underlord in so much trouble. They steal on the backside, gets the duel, but it's nothing to say, chasing after save as well, and Zero comes in, gets the Rupture, holding down the Alchemist. Betboom just caught sleeping. As GPK can't TP on out, he just gets bashed to death, and 5 for 0.
Oh, that was just beautiful initiation coming out from LGD. Nothing to say, just rushing up. And they just broke off. Betboom just split apart right before that fight. They let go of the control on that twin gate. And then they're just too far apart to kind of follow through. If you manage to interrupt this duel, you don't get the win for Zeal, but they had the damage. They have this full basher up and running on Shiro. They can just run down any hero. They'll go onto the high ground. No cares in the world. Betboom, no buybacks, a longer respawn on your out. These objectives just melt.
Yeah, absolutely. Legion Commander right now so good at taking these buildings. And that was so interesting. Like, he gets the reflected Vortex onto the Storm Spirit, and the rest of the team just kind of watched. They were just like, huh, where'd that storm come from? It's very, I mean, maybe they were just afraid. They didn't know if they could bail out of the fight or take the fight. I'm not really sure, but yeah, that was rough for Betboom.
And now they could lose this rush on top. But they'll smoke out. Betboom knows this objective is being taken.
And the TPs.
And they've got Nightfall back.
Yeah, so of course, with the gate. Bringing in the team. They do have this ward again, just scouting the whole high ground. GPK comes in. He gets the stun right away onto the Legion. The question is, can they finish him off before they get the damage out from Shiro? And the Rupture's there onto GPK. He's going to fall. Freezing Field cancel once again. As Alchemist in trouble here. Nightfall trying to just bash up this Bloodseeker. He's getting it done. They find the kill. They burn him down. 2 buybacks now out of the side of PSG LGD. They can just continue to run bottom as Nightfall is so low. Nothing to say. Help pick him off. And Rezo now on the run. Put to sleep. Nothing to say. With another Vortex keeping this fight alive. And the Spirit Vessels just one after another burning down these tanky heroes. And PSG LGD, it looked like the fight was going to be over for them. But 3v5, they managed to clean it up.
Clean up really well. Super awkward again. They found a right angle here in Betboom to catch out and instantly keep Zeal in control. They managed to really get this good position out as well for Nightfall to do his damage on the Alk, but it's just not enough. The counter control is in, Freezing Field gets cancelled, a lot of the team fight disappears, and the Aegis still goes the way of LGD. They've got that safety net for Shiro. They've got the cheese on hand now as well for a quick top-up if need be, as they keep chasing for more GPK.
Yeah, I mean, he's just in so deep. He does get the Halberd off onto the Storm, and he is quick enough to survive, so he will be able to walk away.
Out, but there's nothing here to stop inside of LGD anymore. They've got everything they need.
There's still no Alchemist for 10. They can be able to get their second lane of barracks with ease. Aegis and Cheese in their backpacks. They're pretty much ready to go.
They just need to clear that bot tier 2 for the full Megas. Full Abyssal. Pretty much set for Shiro to fly out here. He's got even more control coming through in the middle of these fights. And he has his Shard. And the Shard is pretty good into the Alk, into the Underlord, into the Primal Beast. Pretty high strength scaling heroes, or relatively high strength heroes at the least. So your damage can scale. Shiva's Guard finished up now as well for nothing to say. I mean, for Betboom, again, there's an angle into these fights. If you do manage to prevent Zeal from getting a good dual lockdown, and you can find the follow-through fight, allow Nightfall to just get work done on the Alk, it can come out really well. Why did Zeal deny the bounties?
You know, he's just having fun, I guess. You know, just trolling his Storm Spirit. He probably wanted to bottle them.
And they still have two of their own. Is he going to deny them? Okay, no, he picks them up this time. All right.
Oh, he denied the top ones with an illusion.
Okay, that makes more sense.
I was like, wait, why are there still 2 there? Yeah, the top runes were denied by an illusion. There is a ward here. It's going to get placed. They know exactly what's going on. They jump around the backside. Nothing to say, just jump. Saying that duel comes out as well. Trapping GPK. Nightfall trying to get to work. Freezing Field. Not going to be enough. You've lost 3 right away. They put the rest to sleep. The GG comes out of 5-0. And just like that, PSGLG grabbed the draw here in this series.
Yeah, that's a big win for them. That keeps them in a good position to stay in that top 4. For the side of Betboom, this does not end their run. Again, Aster is already 8-8 with all of their games played, so chances are there is still going to be a tiebreaker for at least one position there in the lower bracket start for the playoffs. A great showing coming out from LGD here, though, in Game 2. They play it much faster. They have this tempo on hand. They flip it. You know, it was Betboom in Game 1 that managed to play this style. LGD pulled out themselves here, even handing over that Underlord back to Betboom, but still managing to play it well. I think this tempo from Nothing to Say and Zeal was the big key. Like, Zeal coming in for those mid-rotations early, setting up to have Nothing to Say just have a great lane, that pretty much opened the game for them.
Yeah, first phase to, you know, Keeper of the Light Storm Spirit seems pretty dang good. Just being able to give him so many resources in this mid-late game. But yeah, I do agree. I think the Legion Commander was so essential to this team. Be able to just secure, like, multiple really strong duels onto these heroes. Like I said, it is one of the reasons that it is considered one of the better counters to the Alchemist, right? Like, this is a hero that does not like to just be locked down and focused. He wants to be the one just kind of bouncing between these different heroes, trying to burst them down. And, you know, if you get dueled up, it's a pretty easy kill for the Legion. And it is itemization here, going for an early armlet as opposed to the blade mail. It was really smart, actually. Like, he just wanted to be able to do damage himself. He didn't want to have to rely on, like, his Bloodseeker or the Elder Titan or something along those lines.
Yeah, just allowed more play coming out from Zeal. For Betboom, they were getting a lot of space out on Nightfall, and the investment did seem to pay off. Like, their angles in the late game were very specific. It felt like you had to catch Zeal, and then you had to actually follow through with that kill, which at some point the damage just wasn't enough. You know, you had a lot of ways to prevent Toronto Tokyo from getting these safe channels off as well with a Freezing Field. Like in this fight, just tries to hold in the back line and just gets instantly silenced from the Blood Right, not quite the best position. and they get the punishment. Like, everything needed to come together for BetBoom almost perfectly, right? Like, the execution had to be really perfect, and it's just hard to demand that when there's so much going on. Like, it's just such a hard game to look for that angle back in when the team fight of LGD with that Ignis Fatuus on hand, the Will-O-Wisp, with the Earth Splitter up, it's a lot of damage and a lot of control to have to deal with.
Yeah, I don't think you can be picking Primal Beast into Bloodseeker. Like, this is one of the 2 games in a row we see a first phase Primal Beast. The other team gets a Bloodseeker, and suddenly you're just like, I actually don't get to play the game. All of my damage is movement based, you know? Like, it's really rough. Like, it's kind of like the Pango thing, right? Like, you rupture him during Rolling Thunder, and it's like you just have to cancel it or die. And maybe we'll see some teams kind of rethink that Primal Beast pick if the Bloodseeker's still in the pool, but it just allowed them to play such an easy game.
I think it's also the Storm matchup, right? Like, nothing to say crush that lane up against GPK. And even before the Bloodseeker commits to the fights with Rupture, just the slow from Overload was painful. Like, you're not able to trample around, you're not able to look for these kills to burst heroes down, so it made it really awkward in some of those early fights. I think the drafting from BetBoom just a little bit, not really off, but a lot harder to pull off in comparison to what LGD worked for themselves. And then, again, a draw for LGD here does mean they've got a pretty solid chance of still standing in that top 4. But for BetBoom, tiebreakers at the least with Team Aster. So they're not out of it. They still have a shot at going into the lower bracket start, but I believe they will have to play one more series up against Aster.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way to avoid the tiebreaker right there, at least for that one. So we'll see how that one ends up playing out, as we also have a bunch of other series kind of wrapping up here at the moment. So we'll kind of see where those are at when we come back from break. But we do have our second series coming up next, which is going to be Talon versus Team Spirit. And John, I know you've got to be so excited about this because we have not been able to cover a single Group B series. And of course, we get Talon.
Do we really have Talon? I thought we had beastcoast IG, actually.
No, do we?
Yeah, I believe we have beastcoast IG.
We have beastcoast
I was so hyped up.
I'm sorry I baited you.
This is still great. This is still great, right? Like, South America versus China. Again, a lot in line for both teams to kind of run through here, especially for Beast Coast. Like, IG don't really have much to play for, but Beast Coast need to clear themselves out of this bottom. And if they find a full 2-0, I think their chances of it maybe forcing out the tiebreaker for that last slot, again, it opens up here.
Well, I'm excited. I'm a huge Beast Coast fan, so I'm really curious to see how they end up doing. IG already eliminated from the tournament, so you know they're still going to play for their fans. They're still going to play to see if they can drag anyone down into the mud with them. That's what Dota is all about. But we're gonna go to a short break before we come back with our second series, everyone. So stay tuned for more here on the ESL One Berlin Major. We'll see you in a bit.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Come on. This is not enough. Raise that level up. Raise that level up. Raise that level up. Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discuss last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. Way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. Come on. This is not enough. Raise that level up. Raise that level up. Raise that level up. Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, It's electricity, things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin, my skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. Way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Hello everybody and welcome back here to the ESL One Berlin Major. Hope you enjoyed the little bit of a break we had between our two series. We are getting ready to go into the last set of regular play. It is Beast Coast versus IG here. We've got a three-way tie in Group A and potential tiebreakers here happening in Group B. My name's Cryptic. I'm here with John Xfire. What is up, man? This is going to be a lot of fun.
This is exciting. It's tournament lives on the line for Beast Coast. So I'm expecting them to pull out all the stops. IG, they're already out. No, any result here doesn't matter. They're going to be stuck in the bottom two. But for Beast Coast, at least a 1-0 gives them a shot, although that's contingent on Extreme and their series as well. Like, the ideal for Beast Coast is just to get a 2-0. So even if Extreme gets one game off of Shopify, they've still got a chance of tying up with Extreme and potentially Talon if they get 2-0'd. So a lot in the line. I'm keen to see how Beast Coast plays. This is a very good team that's always fun to watch. I think it's a bit of a shame that there's a chance for them to be eliminated early because, quite frankly, when Beast Coast is on playoffs and you know, I'm pretty sure Alejandro's there once more, seeing that guy running around acting like it's a football match, the pressure on their CEO's face watching him play, it's always fun to watch. I mean, I love Alejandro, but seeing him squirm makes me so happy for some reason.
All right, so we can see the groups now as we talked about the three-way tie there at 8-8 in Group A. But Group B here, a very interesting scenario where the only team to complete all of their games so far is OG, which means all of these teams, you know, Talon, Extreme, Beast Coast, SMG, their fates are in their own hands. If they can win their games, they potentially keep their tournament lives alive. Otherwise, they're out and they're not going to be able to make their way into playoffs. So it's going to be really interesting. None of them actually playing each other. So we'll see kind of after, you know, game one of Beast Coast IG, if the other series are, you know, halfway done as well, we'll kind of see what's happening, what's shaping up in these potential tiebreakers, because there's a lot that can happen in just a couple hours here.
Yeah, and I'm so excited to see how these teams do. Again, there's still a lot of different results that ends up with a lot of different tiebreakers. SMG's not out of it. Beast Coast not out of it. Talon not secure. Extreme not secure. So there's a lot that's going on, and it's just so wild. You know, it's always wild to reach that last day in group stage because anything can happen. Who knows what happens with how these tiebreakers go out, you know? Maybe we get a surprise. Maybe all of a sudden SMG and Beast Coast both 2-0 and Extreme loses all their games. So then suddenly Extreme's is gone, you know?
You never know. That's the thing that makes it so exciting. Like, we're gonna have to just see where we're at after game one, because that's gonna give us a pretty good idea of where these splits are gonna happen, if we're gonna be hitting into a series of ties, or if it just ends. Like, there's definitely a potential where there's no tiebreakers at all here for Group B. Like, that can absolutely happen. So we'll see. You know, it should be very exciting. But Beast Coast, I will have to say, it's a little bit surprising to me that they're struggling as much as they are after coming off what has looked like a pretty solid DPC season so far.
Yeah, maybe it's just down to adapting in a patch. I feel like there have been a few teams, especially towards the bottom, where it feels like their understanding of the patch is just shaped a little bit further. And same thing kind of goes for IG as well. So I think it's just, you know, it's a bigger map, there are new objectives, there's a lot going on. And even though I know Beast Coast is, you know, one of those classic South American teams with a lot of aggression, sometimes it's a little bit overwhelming. You know, it takes a while to get a grip on the new patch. And I think we've seen that with a lot of teams that managed to go far in Dream League. It does feel like they've gotten a pretty good advantage coming into this major, just because, especially those that played in the playoffs on the latter part, like, they had some time in the patch. They had some officials to play on the patch. Even scrims, it doesn't replicate that pressure in an official game. So you can only scrim so much, but getting field tested on new patch is a big difference maker.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just going to jump right on into this draft. This first phase just beginning. The bans available. Now, we haven't been able to watch any, or I guess not watch, but we haven't casted any of Group B. You know, we've been on Group A in the mornings every day. So excited that we get to see some of Group B here. Then we're going to see the Timbersaw and the Alk bans right away. Now, this is going to leave some pretty interesting heroes in the pool, because we're going to have a lot of the powerful offlaners. So they get rid of the Underlord, but the Beastmaster is still available, as well as the Doom. And Chen, Enchantress. Like, there's a lot of options here.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that Beast Coast actually take out that Timbersaw, because I feel like Sacred's really, he's the notable Timbersaw player. I suppose you have gotten some Timbersaw games going here for IG as well, so probably not the biggest surprise in the world. Respect banning that out. And they get to pick up the Kotl now on Beast Coast, which we have seen a lot of impact of this hero. You get some solid Kotl combinations on hand. It can start to feel pretty overwhelming. This leaves stuff like, say, Dark Mago's Ember Spirit completely in the pool. If it's not banned out, I wouldn't be surprised if you just pick it up here in the end of your first phase, ban to protect it. Because Kotl Ember is a really strong combo. No, Storm's banned out. So Kotl Ember is a strong combo if we want to go for that. IG straight into the Doom. As you mentioned, one of those strong offlaners that are left in the pool. I'm wondering if IG will lean into the usual stuff we see. Something like Doom and Rubik, I think, is still pretty solid. PYW hasn't played too much Rubik in this tournament, though. Maybe leaning a different way. The Enchantress is still an option there. Doom Enchantress is a overwhelming lane, and they'll go with the Disruptor priority instead for IG. Which, again, despite the nerfs coming into this patch, it has still felt like a big hero. And go with the Terrorblade for Beast Coast as well. Just getting a solid lane matchup against the Doom.
Yeah, I'm surprised they just go for the TB right away like this. It does mean that your offlane Beastmaster is probably going to get banned. PL will get removed immediately, so maybe they're not worried about going for the Beastmaster yet. But yeah, it's a little bit interesting. I mean, this is a K1 classic. Like, he loves this hero, is decent enough into the Doom lane. We still don't see the pairing for the Keeper of the Light yet, so there is still a lot of options there, and we should see IG probably focus out a couple of the mid lane bans, or even a couple off lane bans here. But carry matchups for the Terrorblade, the bad ones, definitely the Phantom Lancer is one of them. They're gonna go ahead and get rid of the Void Spirit, okay, and just focus emo.
Yeah. Take some of that comfort away from the mid. Emo still has quite the pool available. There's some flex as well here that IG has run. I believe they've run a Jug for Emo last time as well, though probably not really a game for it. But again, there's some pocket picks here for IG if they want to dip into that. For the side of IG, banning out against Beast Coast, it does feel like, you know, with Hector's hero showing up, you kind of just focus down Dark Mago or Sacred. And I honestly feel like the wide pool of Sacred is pretty terrifying sometimes if he gets specialties on. So I'm wondering what Beast Coast will gun for the offlane. Maybe we see something like the offlane Kotl. Could be an option as well for Beast Coast. True. Although I feel like a Kotl 5 years isn't too bad. Kotl Terrorblade's solid enough. You drop the cooldown of Metamorphosis. It's fine to just play that lane. I don't think you get... Yeah, you spam your spells out. You don't get bullied out by the Doom as a support. You don't really see what the Doom's connecting with yet. Again, like, Doom Disruptor is alright for running down. Rubik, Enter still options for IG if they kind of want to run that and put the Disruptor 5.
I was looking at some of the stats on this Kotl, and it is 4th most picked in the tournament right now at a 64% win rate. It is looking very good.
Yeah, it's
a
very strong hero. It's felt really nice, right? Like, the sustain coming out from Spirit Form in a lot of these tight fights feels great. The Blinding Light is such a good repositioning tool to have in the laning phase now. Yeah, and your Spell Amp coming out in Spirit Form is huge, so the Grief does feel really nice to just play this faster tempo.
You can always farm too with Illuminate. That's one of the things that's important.
Yeah. Like, he can scale up really fast. I think that's one reason why Chen Enchantress has felt really good. Chen in particular, with him getting the creep bounty when he persuades the creeps. You kind of want a little bit more room to grow on your supports. With how wide the map is, with how many camps there are, it's not like your cores can fully clear every single camp. So having a support that can snipe a few, having a support that can handle the lanes for you is pretty big. I like that IG, again, they take out the Ember, just removing this Ember Kotl combination there, and they do go for the Elder Titan. This hero has felt pretty strong when we've seen it. It has been Chinese teams kind of favoring it, but definitely. I've enjoyed it when we've seen it come out. Again, there's this potential to use the Twin Gate, have your Spirit come across the map, get a good gank off the back of that. We didn't see that the last time we saw the ET, but always a possibility.
It's just a great counter into the Terrorblade, right? Like,
yep.
As long as he's able to get his body on top of the TB, I believe the armor aura is centered around the hero. I'll double check in a moment, but either way, being able to remove the armor bonus that Terrorblade offers is pretty sick.
Yeah. It's pretty... It simplifies the process of jumping that Terrorblade early on, and kind of helps you out. Like, that is the one thing about the Terrorblade. It's a nature ability. He doesn't need to go for too many stat items. I mean, he does want a little bit just to get a little bit more strength in, but agi stacking isn't that amazing on the hero. You don't tend to go for any armor items as well, so the Elder Titan kind of just feels relevant throughout in dealing with that hero. Beastcoast managed to pick up the Beastmaster, though. This is fun.
I mean, I was wondering about this one because it was still in the pool.
Yeah, it's a solid option, even though, again, you don't necessarily have to go the Ags here. The hero is just overall solid. Like, if you switch lanes now, run a Keeper for Light 4, Beastmaster Kotl with the Axis spam, that is scary in lane. And that is a lot of output coming out here from the side of Beast Coast. If you do want to remove the Kotl from that position 5 into the 4, I wouldn't mind that too much. And you just want to stomp the side of IG. Just prevent them from farming up here. Prevent them from having a comfy time scaling up. And just kind of give more room out for K1 to get what he wants as well. Like, the pause 1 farm differential we've seen has been massive in kind of shutting them down. So I'm curious to see how Emo plays that lane, because it doesn't feel like Beastmaster has a lot of lanes he loses now. Just with the Axis build. Like, this here is just consistent.
Alright, the Muerta, one of the other like safe lane carries that is a pretty good counter to the TB. Just being all magic damage in the late game, and combine that with the Elder Titan magic reduction aura is pretty strong. The question is if you have enough heroes that can actually get on top of her, because right now it's going to be pretty much just the Beastmaster, right? Terrorblade plays from range, Kotl, Lich both play from behind as well. This is a really good pick. And Muerta has a pretty rough win rate in this tournament. It's like one of the lowest of all the carries is the Muerta. But in a good Muerta game, most of her wins have come against Terrorblades.
It's a solid matchup. As you mentioned, with the Elder Titan on hand, simplifies that process of bursting down that Terrorblade. I do want to see how fast this Muerta kind of ramps up for Emo. So it has been him playing that hero for the most part. So I'm keen to see how well he scales, how he manages his lane, and what Beast Coast really want to close out with for their own mid. Like, what are we going to be seeing out for Dark Mago? You don't have too many Kotl combinations left. Spirit Brother is all gone unless you go for, I don't know, a quirky Earth Spirit mid, which I don't think it's the best. It's only been, what, Old G kind of running that for the most part anyway? In Div 2 Europe.
And I don't think they're in Div 2 anymore.
It's a rough one for Old G. What can you do?
That's unlucky. Oh, the Bat Rider ban. That would have been very good. I kind of forget that this hero was still available.
Yeah,
Dark Mago's Tiny is still in too. I imagine they just get rid of the Dark Mago classics, right? The Bat Rider Tiny, those are the big ones you have to be very worried about.
Yeah, he's just really comfy in those heroes. It's a lot of aggression. They do ban it out. So I'm wondering what the solution will be for Beast Coast on the mid for Dark Mago. Something that, it feels like you still want something that plays with your chakra. That still kind of maximizes it. You do have options like, say, Leshrax on hand, if you wanted that route for Dark Mago here. You also have... they go with a Mars.
Yes, this
All
is
right.
one of the other, like, really specific Dark Mago heroes. He's one of the only ones that still plays this in the mid lane, but he is super good on it. I think a lot of times he has been pretty much instrumental to Beast Coast's victories just on the back of his Mars. I don't know if it's been fixed yet either, but there are some serious bugs with Spear right now, canceling like channeled abilities through BKB.
Yeah, I think with the debuff immunity, that it kind of acted up on a lot more spells as well. On the interrupt, it's kind of weird, but this is, and as you mentioned, a Dark Mago special. Like, he does still dip into this hero when everyone else really doesn't. I'm keen to see what IG now will kind of try to run up against him. You're still, I guess, still a couple of comfort heroes left. Like, what? We don't see the Mars enough that I always forget what matchups are good. There's a Pangolier, I suppose, left in the pool here.
Pango's banned.
Oh.
Yeah, that was like one of the big ones from that they would have had to worry about, and the Kunkka would have been the other. They've protected this Mars mid pretty well. Unless you want to put Doom mid and then take a new offlaner, you could do something along those lines. Otherwise, it's just Zeus as the only one that comes to mind right now.
Zeus is there. SF perhaps is an option if you wanted to go that for Dust as well. SF versus Morris. Yeah, it's pretty open. I mean, you could also just maybe run the mid Muerta. No, they'll go with the Quap. So, Quap coming through, the matchup should be solid. Dust on that mid Quap, Emo on the Muerta, of course, in the safe lane. It's a solid enough matchup. I don't think the Quap gets shut down. I don't think the Mars gets pressured too hard. Blink doesn't tend to get leveled up that frequently, so you can kind of spear, harass out. Your range on your God's Rebuke is decent enough. And you are durable enough to kind of tank through. It's just rune control is going to be way easier for Dust. I think that's one thing that Beast Coast will have to watch out for. Like, rotating on the 4 and 6-minute rune just to deny it from Dust. Rather than really securing for Dark Mago, I think it's bigger to stop that Quap from snowballing. Otherwise, your lanes look solid. Like, this Lich plus Terrorblade lane looks good. Your Coddle Beastmaster lane is pretty terrifying with Chakra up. I think that's something that IG will have to kind of watch out for Emo. We've seen Marthas get crushed in lane. Like, this hero is just very vulnerable pre-6. Even at 6, it doesn't feel amazing. So I think you've got the solutions here from Beast Coast to play this fast tempo, push objectives. If Hector joins in early for these pushes as well with Metamorphosis up, it doesn't take too long for those objectives to melt this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, this Disruptor Muerta lane, like, very susceptible to just the damage output, I think, that they have in this off lane, and that's something you have to worry about. Like, we've seen a lot of Muerta, and her biggest weak point is probably her laning. Like, and it's shocking, too, because 2 of her spells are so good, but you don't want to actually have to put the extra spells in here. You don't have to commit a ton to regen. You want to just get these stats as fast as possible to get towards his wand. But yeah, he actually invests in some extra regen early on in Emo here, so grabs himself a set of tangos as opposed to just going like the wand triple branch thing that we've been seeing a lot of times for this hero. The big question mark, though, on everyone's mind is how well is Dark Mago going to do in this mid lane on this Mars versus Dust on this Queen of Pain? Because that seems like a pretty rough matchup.
Yeah, it's not easy at all. Furthermore, as you've got the range advantage on Quap, you can just constantly poke with Shadow Strike and Scream. Your openings here for Dark Mago are finding the angles with a spear and just trying to shove that Quap away, clear out the wave while you can. And rune control is the big part. Again, it's important for the Morris to find rune control, but I think it's bigger to shut it out from Dust than it is anything else. Like, just want to prevent Dust from having that constant reach into spell spam and prevent that snowball. Because if Dust manages to get, say, the first power rune, that's a pretty scary rotation if he does have the level advantage, which you would assume he'd get in the Mars matchup.
Yeah, you would hope so, but we'll see. Dark Mago is an incredibly impressive mid laner on this hero, so I'm curious to see how he ends up doing. You know, that's going to be the lane I'll keep my eyes on the most. Up lane, TB will find the 2 in the jungle, so he will just back out. It's a big 3 bounty runes for the side of IG, a decent start.
Yeah, kind of set yourself up again for that quicker bottle coming out for Dust in the mid lane matchup, so you feel a little bit better as well, just more confident in spamming out your spells. Hector kind of forced a TP into a safe lane, no problem though. As again, taking a look at that mid, Quap versus Mars. You do offer early Scream of Pain on Dust, and it's really easy to just keep flipping the Mars off of that. So you can just kind of control the lane. You do have the God's Rebuke ready as well on Dark Mago to get some harassment in. It's going to be back and forth. The real problem starts to begin when you do get Shadow Strike. I think that's where the Quap really shines in the matchup. Going to take a few levels, but once it's up.
UIW bottom might have gotten a little bit too aggressive. Oh, he doesn't get in range for the Frost Blast, just barely. Okay. I mean, he was trying to just chase down this Lich here with his early Spirit. But K1 able to make some space, throw some damage back into the ET here.
Yeah, and this lane is not the smoothest in the early levels. It does feel like you're going to need at least level 2 in PYW, probably more. Double melee up against Lich is never easy as well because of all the slows. Even the reflection just makes it painful to try and chase. So PYW is constantly low. And it's just not a great time in trying to secure for your Doom. Xiang Yu should still be able to farm decently, but once Metamorphosis is up, that kill threat on Beast Coast just ramps up even more.
Absolutely. Level 2 is definitely the power spike. That's what they're going to be playing for. UIW will be able to drag the wave here, but takes a lot of harassment here from this Lich once again, as the reflection comes out as well. And they don't have the level 2 on the Lich yet. You could just go Sinister Gaze at 2 here. I think you probably will. Just because the mana drain is a pretty notable ability as well. But Terrorblade ends up popping the meta, maybe assuming they were going to be able to grab someone here, one of these 2 heroes, which they might. Oh yeah, Sinister Gaze cancel out the ET, and they turn it around onto K1. He's got 6 wand charges, get the first blood. PYW try to chase him down, slowed up, but the Spirit, he's got it for another second here. Will he get the auto attack? He does not. Ends up being 2 for 0. We knew the level 2 timing in this bottom lane was gonna be what makes or breaks it, and it makes it for Beast Coast.
That's a big set of kills to find. Slowing down the Doom, getting a lot of space out onto Hector. He's pretty low in the lane, does get a pass Tango, has a Sal flying out as well. And again, it's just that value point in the gaze. You mentioned it, but interrupting the stomp is pretty big here as well. Gives you a lot of openings. And even the top lane for Beast Coast is, again, it's a great lane. They are going for the boar build-up, as there's no threat of that getting cleared out. But even just chakra spam to sustain, even the level 1 axis is pretty scary for a Muerta. Emo is doing a fantastic job of keeping that farm game up, though. He's not shoved out at all, so he's securing the CS quite well. But as the levels go up, if you can threaten with, say, a 2-2-1 build for Sacred, level 2 axis up, and just chakra spam, it's pretty damaging.
Yeah, I really like the decision here to just actually go for the... Well, actually, I'm really confused on his build. He's just going to go Mana Boots Vanguard, it looks like, on Sacred. So... more of just the defensive build, maybe not the Helm of the Dominator, which is kind of where I was expecting it to go, just so that he has like tower push and can push Emo like out of this lane. But for now, he's just gonna be able to farm fairly decently on the Beastmaster.
It's kind of trading farm. Like Emo and QIQX can't really get aggressive either, although maybe once you have the value point in kinetic field, you can kind of try to run down. But again, the laning phase for Muerta, for kill opportunities, it's not as straightforward. A lot of her damage is kind of locked in Pierce the Veil, unless you get a good dead shot.
Yeah, well, they are going to be able to glimpse back the Coddle here and the dead shot off the mark. So this does give an opening here to the Beastmasters. He will drop the board, continue to try and chase down QIQX. He's got another set of axes coming up in a moment, but doesn't think he can actually continue the chase here. He does have that healing Lotus, so it'd be very difficult to actually find that kill.
It's still scary though. Like, just the sustain. The chakra spam is so insane.
Roll the fear back. They've got Schofield this time.
You needed that for IG.
Bottom lane?
It's a lot of pressure.
Reflection comes out. The Doom. He gets taken down, and K1 on the run. PYW. He's not fast enough. He won't be able to find the chase here. And Stinger, if he had the mana, he's just barely short here. Maybe gonna go for a wraparound. Gets a blood grenade. Reflection.
Oh boy.
Yeah, there it is. Blood grenade and one auto attack from Stinger.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Notice he doesn't even doesn't.
Okay, QIQX came down for a moment, but he left. All right, never mind.
He doesn't even need to pop the Frost Blast, so he's gonna have a good chunk of mana here to keep spamming out in lane. This is getting pretty scary for Xiangyu. I mean, you're still farming as a Doom, but you're bleeding out a little bit too much of that Terrorblade, which I suppose to an extent is to be expected. Hector is having to walk back to reset, so you are getting a free wave out for yourself at the least, but it can't be discounted how much a free lane for a support is. It gives you a lot, considering how EXP scales. It's like, you're at the same level right now as Xiangyu. You're slightly ahead even on this Lich. So you really don't mind making small concessions like this on the side of Beast Coast.
Yeah, the Lich having this much experience early is pretty nuts. Like, he's going to be able to do a lot of work. Hector, of course, coming back to clean up that creep wave under the tower. Let's talk about mid lane a little bit more, because this is the lane we kind of haven't been focusing on. We do have the shield rune picked up on Dust, but Dark Mago does get his level 6, so the Arena Spear is available. I don't think you have the damage on the Clop, though. You're going to have to find your kill elsewhere.
Yeah, just a little bit hard to pin down.
Stinger trying to run away from PYW here. He's got the Spirit return in a second. The Frost Blast will be able to slow him down quite a bit. Question is, will he be able to make it far enough away? It's going to be close. PYW with the Spirit expiring. It looks like Stinger will be fine. Ooh, very close.
Yeah, hands up here for Stinger. This does manage to waste a lot of time.
Sacred just killed him with 2 boars.
I mean, that's the power of this build. You can still go into the boar build, no worries down me.
And look at the Arena Spirit. Comes bottom lane here. Dark Mega will punish off the Elder Titan. So they're ignoring the Queen of Pain and this Muerta, but they're finding still some good openings to try and compensate for the fact that they are behind in that CS.
Yeah, this is still big. I think again, this early aggression is good form for Beast Coast. I think the lack of rune control is a little bit painful. IG's been very disciplined in just going down mid, ensuring Dust gets these power runes up, already lining up for the 8-minute rune as well. So again, just not allowing a threat to come out onto the Quap, and I think once Dust is comfy with maybe getting a side lane rotation, just relieve some pressure, especially down bot. Once you can make a play onto Hector, that's where things start to line up. DD spawns top. Schofield still gets a deny though. That's big. Stop that aggression.
Bottom lane, they get the Sleeper onto the Terrorblade. He's fairly quick, but Dust rotating in as well. Does have the Sonic Wave available. There is a Sunder for K1. If he wants to use it, he gets it off. Just the perfect time. Drops the Reflection, and Dark Mego is going to come in. Spirit back. Will send the Elder Titan into the wall, and Dust protected thanks to that shield rune, but Stinger in as well. Looks like they're a little bit afraid to continue the chase here. Will Frost shield up himself, has that Sinister Gaze to pull in Dust. The dagger does come through, and they find a die from Dark Mego instead. Okay. Good finds, good saves here from Beast Coast.
And that's a pretty significant commitment out, right? You rotate out in the Quap, you use that Sonic Wave, you're not finding the kill. The Sunder was always an option for Hector. Maybe they figured Hector was playing a little bit greedier, not leveling it. He understands. That lane is on the Razor's Edge. They're playing poke with Dark Maga right now. Still has Arena.
He does, and there is a Spear still to follow it up, and he will send it the TP coming in from Stinger, trying to be able to finish off Dust here. He has a Frost Blast. He has a Sinister Gaze, but Dark Mego in so much trouble. He's starting to fall low. Sinister Gaze find a little bit of space, but the Spear cooldown was 1 second away. The Frost Blast will find the kill. They're onto the Disruptor, and the Doom comes out. He's looking for the deny, but he won't find it. So being a 2-for-1, very good kills there from IG, sticking around on Dust, Queen of Pain.
A good amount of punishment. That's what you need to see coming out here for Dust. And for the side of IG overall, you are giving still decent space. Like, you're not answering Hector too much. Terrorblade's still #1 net worth. And now, you haven't been able to scout out these stacks. Sacred has a lot to clear out. Has the Coddle back with a Chakra. So he's just getting that free farm. PYW does end up finding it, but
they're coming in now.
Stealing.
He does have a Roar. Will use it onto the Disruptor as Dark Mego is here. Throws the Spear, trying to finish off this hero. But dead shots off the mark. Beastmaster in some trouble. Big Sonic Wave does come through. Connects onto Do as Sacred continues to run. Can they actually keep him alive? They cannot. The Spear and the Sinner's Gate catch the Queen of Pain. She has a blink available. Dust is out. Dodge Rebuke. Is it going to come through in time? They actually catch him with the Boar. Sets up the slow there for Stinger to finish him off, and now Dark Mego turning attention on over to PYW. Gets the push back here off the Spear. Emo still here on this Muerta. She doesn't have that ultimate available. Schofield almost dies to that dead shot. Is the Spear available in one? Does he connect onto PYW? He does. So they invade the triangle. They do manage to stop the triangle's like farm, but they don't actually. They end up losing a lot here.
They lose a lot. The large camp was already cleared out anyway, so you're pretty happy on Sacred for clearing that out. Still got most of it. The ancient stacks are still being built up once more. They do have, again, consistent. Yeah, they've got consistent vision in the block, so not going to enable that, but they're still going to be able to clear it out. Again, Axis spam with Chakra is pretty big. Sacred's just rushing into the pipe. Really good understanding of this game. Like, it's all magical damage on the side of IG. So an early pipe just ruins the Muerta. It ruins your Quap a little bit. It makes it feel so hard to find these burst plays that you really need, especially when you jump something like the Terrorblade. We've seen what happens when Hector gets away with a sliver of HP. Still has the Sunder play. So
Yeah.
it's a smart build-up out from Sacred. I think for IG, you're still hitting your timings on Emo, still up there in farm. You're also building up quite nicely on Xiang Yu. He's working onto that Crimson Guard onto Doom. And again, also going for the auras, understanding that it's going to be all down to Terrorblade damage, maybe the summon damage as well from Sacred. So you're going to get a lot of value out with that Strength Shield from the Crimson Guard. I'm wondering what he goes for next. It does feel like you kind of want some jump to follow through from your Quap. And Dust is the only highly mobile hero so far.
It's gotta be Blink, right?
It's gotta
It's pretty much, that's the thing on Doom, is you either like rush the early Blink or you rush the early Crimson Guard and you just go back to the other. So you're near bottom, Dark Mago with a haste room, has the Blink reveal, managed to catch the Doom, a Chain Frost as well. They're in the arena, they're in so much trouble. A massive roar out from Sacred as well. 3 dead right away from IG, and they are not done. Dust already used the Blink, the spear back into the tree. The axes are there, into the Sinister's Gaze. Beautifully done. The spell layering from Beast Coast results into 4 kills.
That's just nutty. That's just
What a Blink
beautiful
reveal.
aggression. And the biggest reveal you could hope for. Dark Mago's been on pointing, and this here doesn't show up on mid too often, but this is Dark Mago's specialty. You know, he loves to run his hero even when it's pretty out of meta. Makes it work, and you can see the value in it. Like having this enclosed space to always get value out from the Chain Frost, tying into this Lich Pick really well. And IG, it's getting a little bit troublesome for them. It does feel like they need their Disruptor 6 to come out. Right? Like without that Static Storm, you don't have that much counterfight control right now. So you lack some options to force Beast Coast into a very awkward spot just yet. And Emo, at the least, again, Mask of Madness up, Javelin flying out, Maelstrom not too far off. Your Muerta is still farming, but with these kills, Beast Coast have a solid lead, 5k up now for their end. And they're just going to be going into the early BKBs after. Like, once Dark Mago has his BKB, he has nothing to be worried about.
Yeah, the damage reduction will do wonders against, you know, the side of IG, of course. And another Blink Spear that caught the Queen of Pain. He gets the Blink up onto the high ground, down to 100 HP. You will survive. No roar there to follow it up this time.
Should be safe. Dark Mago is still pressuring though.
He's just so confident.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures.
All right, the tower in some trouble. There is no arena this time, so they do need to be a little bit careful about that. Trying to push this out here with the Beastmaster summon. Will find Dark Mago. There's the Doom. It managed to connect a nice Chain Frost as well, but Dark Mago's falling low fast. The Sonic Wave will be enough to grab him. And Sacred on the run here. Or back off cooldown. Can throw it if he wants. Does throw it onto the Queen of Pain. With Stinger, no Chain Frost available. They will just try and slow down these heroes. Solar Bind, very good. Great Sinister Gaze as well. The Reflection is K1, starts to join the fight. The Minsky on top of QYQX. He's going to fall as Emo. He's to disengage. And it ends up being a 1-for-1. A great find overall from IG, but K1 going to run down this mid tower now.
Comes in. They don't have Metamorphosis, but they've got the output coming through. You'll still find the objective. Like it's a bigger trade for IG, finding that mid for a support. They managed to make great use of that Static Storm, although maybe stacking up their spells a little bit too much. Both to Doom and Static Storm onto Dark Mago. It's maybe excessive, but it does nothing that kill. Still, that's Beast Coast running into that fight without the arena, without a direct jump control on Dark Mago just being up front. Now they've got arena back up. You don't have the Chain Frost just yet, or the Roar, but even arena alone, it does feel like it's more than enough for Dark Mago to catch something, anything besides the Quap. You will get that kill opportunity going, and just looking to keep hunting. Constantly moving as a unit here on Beast Coast.
I love Schofield's build as well. I mean, he's got the Pavis, and then he's going for the Glimmer Cape as well. So he's just going to basically build these defensive save items. Trying to keep his hero alive, and Dark Mago manages to find the Muerta. He does have a Crimson Guard here, but you cannot do damage to that arena wall. It does finally expire, and now Dark Mago in some trouble. The Chain Frost's going to come out. It's going to start bouncing through. Unfortunately, just tanking on the Acorn the whole damn time. So gets very lucky there on the side of this Doom, but can they finish him off? The Roar from downtown. Sacred has an Aether Lens.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I was like, how
Yeah,
does he
why
was not
not?
in range for that, but never mind.
And that's the build. You know, he only needs the one. He only needs the pipe. He doesn't need
Flushing
anything
Ocker.
like the Crimson here. I like that. With the Axis, with the chakra spam, lower cooldown roar, just enabling this aggression, enabling this output from Beast Coast. It's a great build. You can't stop this constant aggression. You're still having to need some farm here for Emo before he joins in. Again, one of the downsides of that Muerta, it does take a lot of investment for this hero to feel good up front. Needs a lot of attack speed to really maximize that Pierce the Veil. So the solution is just play fast. Even Hecker just showing up to these fights. I mean, he's got some stat padding with the Dragon Lance. He's got the Manta up. Just knowing that they're in a strong position on the side of Beast Coast and not relenting. Which I feel like some of their games, when we watched them before, especially in Lima, was something that it boiled down to. Maybe sometimes playing a bit too passive and waiting for Hector to farm. Not in this case.
They're going to find QIQX once again. And on the backside, Stinger does find PYW. A glimpse is there to try and make some space. Good glimpse with his last bit of light there from QIQX. Otherwise, they might have been able to find the ET.
You've got the push ready. No Metamorphosis once more on day one, but you've got the people, you've got the Beastmaster Aura to help in this push. You do have the Earth Splitter ready on PYW, but you don't have the Disruptor tie into that team fight. And Dust just clears out bot tier 1 anyway. He's going to surrender this top tier 2 in exchange. A big take for Beast Coast. It's a lot of farm you can sneak away.
I really don't know if this team's gonna stop. Like they can just keep split pushing and pressuring this top side of the map. Like they're eventually gonna chip this tier 3
Dust.
bottom lane. They did find Queen of Pain. Sister Gaze is there. Do they add the damage? It's so close, but not enough. Dust will make it out. Another failed, Arena Spear combo there onto the Queen of Pain. That will be on cooldown now for 70 seconds.
You don't mind too much. Just make it uncomfy for Dust, force him elsewhere on the map. Trying to kill would be bigger, but again, as you mentioned, they're not relenting here on the side of Beast Coast. Still grouped up in position for mid. Metamorphosis is ready on Hector. What's to stop them?
Oh my god. Back. They found the Doom. The Roar comes through as well as Dark Mago. He's in very far, but a ton of barriers coming through to try and keep him alive. Stuck inside this static cone for the moment. In comes Emo with the Pierce the Veil. Will take down the Mars. A great Earth Splitter catches 3, but they don't have the damage to finish off this fight as K1 meted up here. Now looking for this mid tower. They just need to pull this creep wave in a little bit before the backdoor protection kicks in, and that's going to be another tier 2 going away of Beast Coast here.
Hey, you don't mind that trade at all. Dark Mago goes forward, gets the big Doom kill, manages to force out pretty much all the ults. They managed to ward off with a Fortify. And probably just a quick respawn on Doom, just a little bit too much of a threat coming out there. So they respect that from the side of Beast Coast, pull back from IG, but man, like, Hector's had way too free a game. Like, he wasn't pressured in lane, he was never, I mean, he was ganked up, but it was never successful coming out from IG. 13k net worth right now, a full 4k above Emo up next to him.
Yeah.
Scotty's pretty much done. Like, this Terrorblade's not going to be burstable anymore.
Alright, bottom lane. They grab their Tormentor. It's going to go the way of ET. K1 should be able to finish this one up pretty easily himself. Get a little bit of help here from Dark Mago. And here's where this one's going to go. Goes to the Lich, dude. This is so good. I was wondering if he was going to get this or not. This shard has just been massively buffed over the last like year and a half.
Yeah, that shard. The Ice Spire provides a lot of crowd control and just a good bouncing point. You can go for more successful solo kills on that Quap now.
Which, speaking of
Dust!
Quap, right under a ward there, the Sinister Gaze to follow it up. He's not getting out this time.
Oh, just melts. Now they can just go for that tier 2 without that Fortify up and running. And for the side of IG, I mean, we don't even have that blink up in Xiang Yui just yet. He opted for the pipe, so more defensive items, but that just means no initiation.
Scotty completed now on the Terrorblade as they walk to the high ground. Sacred, of course, providing the auras. The pipe available. Schofield gonna use those drums as that first fortification will get spent in the tier 3. And that's dead. You will have a second fort here now as it refreshes. The question is, will you pop it? focusing up the range barrack for the moment. 3 seconds for that Queen of Pain, and they will drop the fort. Terrorblade Illusion's likely to stick around. The rest of them will just back away.
And they play it fairly safe on Beast Coast, which is fair. Like, a lot of the team fight of IG still up there. They had the Static Storm ready, they had the Doom ready. And you just back off, clear more of the map out, keep getting these objectives. IG, though, will smoke up. And they have their own spells ready. They've got some output on Emo. You can find an angle into these fights. They just kind of need to gap close somehow, but they saw Dust walking under vision. So, be able to really connect. Although, they're still in the area.
Some pick up the haste rune too, so there's a good chance they're backing out. There is a Roshan that they could try and sneak right here with the help of Emo. Like, Mask of Madness, Pierce the Veil is a lot of damage. Terrorblade. The illusion just gets popped right there by a glimpse, so they go in there, but they've got the Hawk vision already provided, already in place here from the Beastmaster. We're gonna see Beast Coast start to make their way. They will come under this rune though, or under this ward, so they know exactly what's going on, and it looks like IG will back out.
They cannot take a fight in such an enclosed spot. Lich will just enjoy that. And if Dark Mago connects with a good arena, you're just dead.
You don't have BKBs. Like, an arena that traps this team is just certain death. Like two or three hero arenas will wipe them for sure.
Yeah. They don't get caught out. Now Beast Coast can go for it. Got the output with Hector around. And they don't have to worry about that big team fight. Outside of maybe a good Static Storm and an Earth Splitter. But they're way too far back now to contest.
Yeah.
So the first Roshan going the way of Beast Coast. Watcher control along with that Aegis coming out here. And they can just take that risk onto the high ground. Clear out the bot tier 2. Go high ground. No pressure. 2 lives up. 8k lead standing for Beast Coast. IG. They've got some solutions coming in. At least one of the Hyperstones coming out here for Emo now. So more output on that Muerta. Again, without anything defensive, it just doesn't feel like it's enough.
That's the
Just
part
one
that
good
worries
arena.
me. Yeah.
It just rings them.
You're gonna get Blink Arena, or you're gonna get roared from, because he has this Aether Lens. You could just get Ice Fired, like Chain Frosted. Like, there's so many different utility, like big crowd control spells that they have.
Yeah, and you don't quite have the same impact right now on IG. And maybe when you get this Blink out in Xiangyu on the Doom, that could be it. You know, you can jump in, Doom the target up, get the Static Storm as backup, along with the Earth Splitter, and you get some fight in, but you have to wait for that. And I do get the mindset behind the double protective barriers as well. For the side of IG, it's just stalling out their own play. It makes them play a lot more defensive, and that's where Beast Coast shines when you can't go into them.
Yeah, but your tier 3 under siege now as Terrorblade pops the Metamorphosis, still has that Aegis in his back pocket. Up on the high ground, that Crimson Guard is going to expire, so that's a little bit of an opening. Pipe dropped here onto the Terrorblade as well, wants to make sure that he does not get bursted. He will get pulled forward into the Doom, and again, that is going to be first light, but there is the arena. It's caught too, the Queen of Pain in some trouble, but can they follow it up? Dust gets the blink. Chain Frost still being, I mean, it's on cooldown. It hasn't actually been, there it is, finally going to be bouncing around. And there's the Spire as well. Big Sonic Wave catching 3. They're splitting up the side of Beast Coast, but they need to retreat. The Spear will send the Disruptor up against the wall. It's a great fight here for IG. They glimpse back K1. He's got the Sunder to play with. The question is, will they be able to actually secure any of these kills? There it is, Dark Mago, the 2-hero Spear.
Oh my God.
He's caught Emo. He's caught Doom. Dark Mago, can he hold his ground? Nice God's Rebuke, but the Muerta will finish him off. Another Spear comes through, tries to finish off the Doom, but it's not going to be enough. QYQX up onto the high ground here, getting chased by Sacred on the Beastmaster. There's the Sunder, comes through, finds BYW, he gets the kill. Sacred now chasing after this Disruptor. He doesn't have the catch, the pushback does. He's got to blink up in 1. He's going to try and make it away. Do they have any stuns? They don't. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but a really good hold from IG.
It's a big hold that stops that high ground push. At the same time, I don't know if that fully stops Beast Coast, because now they know Doom's down, Static Storm's down for a little bit longer. The Doom being down is the big one. So if you're still feeling confident, you could pressure, perhaps once Metamorphosis is off cooldown. And they're staying in that general area. They've got good forward wards to see if IG does decide to poke out a little bit. They've got a double damage rune to get under their control here as well. So you're not really fully stopped. Aegis gone is nice, but Metamorphosis is coming off. You have that fresh full BKB ready for Hector. Dark Mago is just playing like a madman, getting some massive spears off. Like, it's not as clean as you'd want it to be for IG. I feel like they wanted more to come out with those spell uses, but just not finding them.
Yeah, it's a little bit more difficult. The double BKBs here are going to be huge, though, for the side of beastcoast. The fortification will be popped here as K1 continuing to get to work on these buildings. And with that, the first range barracks will fall. The melee barracks under pressure as well. I mean, PYW is doing a really good job of trying to stall with these stomps, but you're off. K1 into the side, but he's going to make it out and does get glimpsed. He's silence him up as well. He's holding his BKB, pops the Manta, thinks about going in, and Dark Mago, he's caught two up onto the high ground, screaming the Doom and PYW. The BKBs are out from K1. He's trying to lay into the ET. The Doom does come out, does connect the Chain Frost. Not really going to do a whole lot, but you need to get out. The BKBs expended, the Doom still on your Terrorblade. The Roar does connect, but they actually take down the Disruptor. The Glimpse onto the TV, but he's still going to survive. He makes it out. PYW needs to be careful. He's got a Sunder coming up in just a moment. He's looking for his opening, but there it is. The Static Storm holding down the Terrorblade. Can they keep him alive? They're trying to change, or the armor
Sunder
from the Frost Shield. It's there. The Sunder connects onto Dust, and they turn it around. You've got the Coddle, but it costs you so much more. And Dark Mago looking for another opening. He's got the blink. He gets on top of the Muerta, and she is dead. Stinger helping set that one up as the Spear will catch the Disruptor. Dark Mago continuing to block them off. They're going to buy back here on Emo as well as Dust. 4 buybacks now spent here on the side of IG. K1 will get glimpsed right back into them, and he will finally fall. It's a costly defense from IG, but they get the Terrorblade.
Find that kill that they needed. They still, I mean, their melee racks is just being shoved in by the creep wave. Not gonna have enough damage to clear it out just yet. But you take a lot on Beast Coast. I mean, the kills are nice. All these buybacks still stall out your timing. There is a lot more output now on Emo though, with the full Moonshard up. And the buyback does net him some good enough kills that your BKB timing's not thrown off too much. You're still number 2 in that fort. For Beast Coast though, you've got pretty much entire map control under your hands. Like, you don't really mind too much. You got a reset coming out, AC being built up here by Hector as well, so more output for him, more durability up front, especially while that Pierced Veil is down. There's not too much to worry about, and again, it's additional armor to kind of compensate for PYW being in the game on that Elder Titan. So you're not going to be completely defenseless when the hero's right next to you. Always have a little bit more durability on hand there. 26-9, 11k lead still standing for Beast Coast. And for the side of IG to bounce back in, we have to see them kind of drag Beast Coast around. Like, make use of the glimpses. That's their big opening. I love that QYQX is also just rushing into the Ags after the Pavis, or the Pavis. He's going to have, again, just preventing the BKBs is going to be big. I'm going to have to be really cautious on Hector and on Dark Mago, really, when if that Static Storm comes in. That could be the death of them if they're not careful here.
Double Wisdom Rune actually granted Dark Mago that level 18, so third arena is now up. That 7-second duration is pretty huge. You're really just going to be waiting on the BKB from the Muerta. You do have it on the Doom at least, which is great, but still being able to trap these heroes in that arena is a big problem.
It's just a lot of control. Again, tying in with your Chain Frost, it's felt so strong. They have so much output. At least IG will be able to clear out their Tormentors here with no problem. They will be able to find themselves another shard going the way of Dust, and that's actually big. It allows Dust to initiate a lot safer, start these fights for the team. That silence can buy you enough time for the follow-up control. So I don't mind that at all. I don't mind it at all for Dust coming out here for him instead. It is impactful. Now they can start some fights a little bit easier. And the blink of Xiangyu is still pretty far, and he did have to opt for BKB. But you can kind of run your way up there, especially if you use the Hurricane to your advantage. Like, it is a nice and simple way to get on top anyway.
Alright, Coddle with the recall. Sunder's up his good old Lich. She's got Tranquil Boots. I'll regen that eventually. It's fine. Classic. That is a big cooldown, though. You gotta wait now about 80 seconds before you want to take another fight.
Yep. Just needing that safety net. We've seen Hector play on edge with that fairly well. They'll actually smoke up though, but Hector will just stick to farming. The rest of the team will go hunting. No one up top. IG been very disciplined to play around bot where their vision's at. Where they feel a lot safer with their own little access point as well with the gate. And they'll go for a smoke.
Oh, and IG on their way down here right now as well. Stinger might be able to pop the smokers. He gets a good ward place, and they're going to find him. Gets a good reflection onto these heroes as well as, oh my gosh, the reflection damage onto Emo just nearly killed him. He just has to BKB and run. Dust just jumps in aggressively. They've got another spear to work with. If they pin the Queen of Pain down, it would be huge. Nice spear away. We'll be able to get IG back, at least for the moment. Stinger, Force Staff into the Sinister Gaze. The Queen of Pain's gone. Beautiful catch, and Dark Mega goes in for more. Gets a spear, finds Doom. And they actually chain stun for the moment. He's going to BKB and TP on home. No Roar this time to cancel.
If they found that big kill, with Roche being down, they can just access high ground again. There's nothing down bot. They can swing towards mid into top with this creep wave though, and they will. You still have Doom, you still have Static Storm ready on IG, so it's not unplayable, and they've got that Static Storm Ags upgrade now. So there's a lot more impact. They just need to find the lineup, but without the Quap, starting these fights feels extra difficult.
Dude, he sold his items to get to the Ags. Like, he straight up sold everything but Tranquil Boots to get to the Ags.
Oh god.
He had the Pavis, and he just was like, nope, it's done. We literally can't fight without this. So he just sells the barrier and just buys the Ags.
Yeah, I think that's fair. The barrier isn't as impactful now at 33 minutes in, so you know what, yeah. Get that additional control on hand. Get a surprise usage out in the next fight. And smoke's gonna be fading. And the side of Beast Coast is still lining up for the Roshan. Only a few seconds away now, just less than a minute. Half a minute.
It's a good ward
Should give
here.
him the access. Yeah, right in the middle of the tree line. I mean, once the trees spawn back up, it's not gonna be that great, but for
It's
now,
true.
for now
it's
it's
great.
value.
Alright, IG heading bottom. They do have a ward on the right side here near this Lotus Pool, though, so it will give them some information on where IG are as well. As Roshan about to respawn and Beastmaster nearby at least, so he can keep scouting things. As Roche will eventually move sides here in 40 seconds. We're going to see K1 TP top start to push this wave out. I actually think this is the correct call. Well, they smoke into the pits. Does Sacred scout it in time? He actually has no Hawk. They're just going to have to walk in. Maybe they see the kinetic field. They're going to get some vision. There's going to be a big arena out from Dark Mago. Everyone's going to be dropping on the ground here in a sec, but who's going to get the Aegis? It's snatched by Dark Mago. Emo's gone for 95 seconds. You had the Aghanim Scepter Disruptor, but the BKB's precast there on the Mars. It doesn't do you a whole lot, and the recall from Schofield brings K1 right back into this fight. They're continuing to chase for more. The Glimpse will save Disruptor for the moment. Oh no.
That is huge for the side of Beast Coast. IG, I believe it might have been their kinetic field going out of Roshan,
Yeah,
right under vision. And that just gave the tell for Sacred to run up, for Dark Mago to just blink forward, pop that BKB, get the big arena. And you have to remember with a BKB, I mean, you still do some good damage with your spells. 50% reduction's huge, but it doesn't negate the spellcasters from the fight. So the Chain Frost in such a tight spot is just scary. Just gonna go for that last set of racks.
Yeah, it's gonna go for the whole time. Dark Mago with a newly completed Desolator gonna help bring down these buildings very quickly as the Mega Creeps will be secured. And he's got an Aegis to play with, so we might see Dark Mago get a little bit lost in the sauce here, trying to make some neat plays behind the throne, but Beast Coast playing the objectives here. They want these wins. We talked about it in the beginning of this draft. It is so important that Beast Coast gets a 2-0 if they want to try and keep their tournament lives up. And game one certainly looking like it's going to be going their way.
Trying for the defense.
Oh, the BKB out from the Doom. They've caught it. Well, the Roar comes out as well. And a huge arena traps them. The Chain Frost doing work. The Doom does connect onto the TV, though. Maybe they can try and get him out of here. But no, the Sonic Wave is there, and K1's going to fall.
The deny!
They deny him anyway. You get nothing. You get the Aegis, however. Dark Mago gonna take a lot of damage here as well. Tries to spear away this ET. The Earth Splitter will finish him off. So a good hold once again, but the Mega Creeps are there. Both Tier 4s are down. No Terrorblade for 45 seconds, but he's very close to a buyback. You just need to pick up a Bounty Rune.
Yeah, and you don't really mind too much. You still have Tier 2 standing for Beast Coast. You understand that IG probably can't push into the Megas in time to get that spacing onto the objectives. Roshan was just freshly taken, so nothing to go for there. Like, there's not much on the map you can take on IG in after that win. You know, you don't even get that cold from the Terrorblade with the deny. Just very smooth coming out there on Sacred. So you're still kind of in a very bad position for IG. You can try to repair your lanes, keep this game going, but the next fight, it has to go their way. Like, that's the determining fight. If they lose that fight, it's just over with the Ancient Exposed, unless the fight happens really far away from their base. But I don't think...
PYW mid, and there's going to be a recall in. The Roar again from so far away.
You have buyback at the least, but that's one hero down. They're just going to force it out. They can recall Dark Mago in.
That's exactly what they're going to do. As there's the buyback on the ET, there is no fortification. They will pop the Crimson Guard here to try and slow things down. But again, the thing is Schofield just keeps refreshing these Conjure images. He has so many illusions, and his Manta is still available. Dust comes in very aggressively. Needs to be a little bit careful. The Manta does come out. There's the Arena. The Spirit ends up missing Dust, but they've caught the Disruptor, and that will be a dieback. That is no Static Storm for this fight. The Chain Frost going to be able to jump in, continue to chase Dust here as the BKB comes out from K1, and Emo trying to stand his ground. A nice Earth Splitter. He's getting some serious damage on the Muerta. There's going to be the Force Staff away. They will buy back here. Oh my gosh, Dark Mago. The execution. Just a double kill as he gets refreshed on the God's Rebuke as well. They've got the Queen of Pain. She's going to buy back into this as well as the Doom is here. They're going to drop that Ice Fire right on top of this Muerta, and she can't really move. She has to focus this thing down. Roar comes out from Sacred. A triple kill. Just beating them down over and over, and the throne will falls. IG calls the GG. Beautiful game from Beast Coast.
Yeah, they play it perfectly. They play that aggression really well. They have these great lanes to come out on. And the side of IG, it's just the tempo never went their way. Their mid matchup for Dust was, again, it's something that you expect the Quap to do a little bit better on, but Dark Mago is just a specialist on that. Mars mid, he makes it work. You have really strong Coddle combinations here. Just the Coddle Beastmaster lane being so oppressive. Like, Emo was still farming, but you weren't able to do too much in that lane. You weren't able to shut down Sacred as well, and he had a lot of stacks coming out. Like, the flash farm into the durability for Beast Coast, sustaining this aggression coming out. It felt overwhelming for IG to kind of deal with. For IG, I'm not sure where your correction has to come in. I don't think the draft was all too bad. They had some good ideas, especially with the ET pick to counteract the Terrorblade. But I think they need to come out with stronger lanes. It didn't feel like your ET and Doom lane did as much. Again, double melee into Lich and Terrorblade with Reflection and the Frost Blast. You can't really harass. It just gave Hector so much to play with in the laning phase that he scaled up fast. He got a couple of those items up, joined these early fights, understanding how strong that Terrorblade is with just the Dragonlance and the Yasha up. And you can't deal with it. Like, the Muerta, it's a weird fluctuations in power spikes for that hero.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It was a super good execution just from Beast Coast, like you said, from the lane stage on. And, you know, I think you are right. If IG want a chance to, like, take game 2 here, they really need to try and draft for the lanes. I don't think you can give Beast Coast like a draw in the lanes because they play these hyper aggressive lineups. They just continue to run at you. Some super obscure item builds as well, like Aether Lens on this Beastmaster is not something that we really see all that often, but it did so much work. Like, why buy a Blink Dagger when you can roar from 800 range away, you know? And it worked. They got some huge picks. They have, you know, Dark Mago, probably the best Blink Dagger reveal we've seen all tournament, just getting in a sick arena. But we'll see what happens. Hard team to draft against for sure, but we're going to go to a short break. We'll be back with game number 2 here. It is IG versus Beast Coast. We'll see you after the break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to the ESL One Berlin Major. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with John X Fire. We're going into game number 2 of our final series here on this stream. It is beastcoast taking on IG. beastcoast currently up 1-0 and a must-win series. John, explain the implications. What is going on here with this group?
So there's a couple of scenarios that can happen here right now in Group B. There's a lot that can go on. The last game, again, Beast Coast having a spectacular performance, getting aggressive, but I want to focus on what can happen depending on results. So Talon has lost their first game up against Spirit, so they are now 6-9, very nice. Extreme has lost their game to Shopify, so they're 5-9. Beast Coast won their last game, so they're 5-10. SMG lost their last game, so they're 4-11. If SMG wins, if SMG wins, they can still tie with Extreme and Beast Coast, assuming Extreme loses and Beast Coast loses now. If Beast Coast wins a 2-0 and Extreme loses, doesn't matter what happens to SMG at that point, Beast Coast is safe along with Talon. So it's really down to Extreme. If they lose their next one, they stay at 5-10, then Beast Coast and SMG have a shot. Like SMG has to rely on Beast Coast dropping and themselves winning. But there's still some ties that can happen, although as it looks right now, I would say it's much more likely for Beast Coast to take the 2-0, for Extreme to take a 0-2, and for SMG to take a 0-2. So in that ideal path, no tiebreakers, Beast Coast is safe, the gauze can be spammed out in chat, and that is the end of that. So a lot of different circumstances here, Ricky. A lot of different outcomes.
Dude, it's going to be really fun to see how this ends up playing out. Also, on the replay, they actually had fog toggled right there, and it looks like Dust barely stepped out of the pit, and that's what actually gave them the vision. So yeah, that was actually kind of interesting. But yeah, here's everything you were talking about. Group B, as we see, Beast Coast at 5-10, Extreme at 5-10, Talon at 6-9, SMG at 4-11. All of these teams have one more game to play, so we could see a potential 3-way tie at 5 wins. We could see ties at 6 wins. We could see no ties at all. Group B is still completely up in the air for these last spots.
Yeah. It's who knows what happens, right? Like this is where the group stage gets wild on the last day. This is where you have all the tiebreakers that can come true. So for IG, I mean, again, they're not fighting for anything other than maybe ruining Beast Coast Day. If they find a win here, it becomes really awkward for Beast Coast. They have to rely on Extreme to lose. They have to rely on at least that outcome. Extreme losing to Shopify to have their tie. And then, whereas a 2-0, again, secures them that that lower bracket start if Extreme does drop. So, you know, you'd rather take that. And it's awkward. But Beast Coast, they've shown us in game 1. They look dominant. They go back into that Kotl here, which felt amazing in the last game. So I don't mind that too much. It just gives you so much. Like the Chakra combination, like Beastmaster plus Kotl is such a good lane. Just the axes. It wasn't even a full axe spam lane as well, right? Like they didn't prioritize axe level up. They still went boars. And it was still a slow lane for emo. Yeah, just 2 levels in. And it's still not the comfiest for emo. So I love this Kotl. I think it just does so much in this patch. It has a lot of viable build-ups. Pavis can be good. Urn can be good. IG, they snipe up the Ember, preventing Beast Coast from going for a straightforward combo. That's a relatively early pickup for their mid. For Dust. They can flux around, though. Dust or Emo can kind of play it on mid or safe.
Yeah.
So it's open enough. And go to Mirana. So just the straightforward Ember-Mirana combination. You've got a lot more fight coming out from IG. A lot more straightforward and safe fight to get your control off from quite a fair distance. So I like the shake-up. Just easier initiation here.
I think it's smart. I think you do have a lot of like good pick potential with this. The thing is, though, is they could go for a lot of options here. They can still go for the Terrorblade. They still could go back for the Beastmaster. They could pick just straight up a hard mid counter if they wanted. Instead, they just grab the Doom. Okay, still in the pool.
Yeah, we've seen what Kotl Doom can do. Just trying to lower down the cooldown of Devour feels pretty good for a Doom. You can sustain in the lane to just spam your harassment out as well if you're going for the more aggressive build. But we sometimes see something like a 1-2-2. So I don't mind this at all for for the side of Beast Coast. I think it still ties in with a Kotl. They still have further combinations with a Kotl anyway, if they still want to emphasize that, but just Doom Kotl alone is pretty solid in lane. We've seen it a couple of times as well. Like, it's not something that feels too bad.
I'm curious what they want to kind of help pair up with this Doom. There's a lot of mid lane heroes you have to be worried about with an early Ember pick like this. Because there's always Huskar, right? Which is a massive problem. Dark Mago seems to have just a ridiculous hero pool. His Bat Rider, his Tiny are also great counters. They get rid of the Terrorblade this time around. They don't want to give that one over to K1. I mean, we saw what they did with it with the Kotl last game, just giving him so many reflections, so many conjure images, and then also just reducing the cooldown on the meta was just very good. So it looks like we're going to see offlane Doom though, with the bans out of the Monkey King and the Ursa here. That's going to be, just ways of protecting it, it seems.
10 seconds remaining.
Just ensure a good lane coming out here for Sacred.
5
And kind of make, again, Emo or Dust, depending on who they lane where. Feel a little bit more uncomfy in that lane matchup. I'm wondering what combination Beast Coast will go for, or what exactly they'd want for Dark Mago, because honestly, I don't really mind Ember versus Mars mid if they don't respect Bandit on IG. I actually don't mind that too much. I think the Ember versus Mars, it's a little bit, it is a bit more playable for the Ember. You have some dodge mechanics there. You don't have a great way of burning through the shields. You can always run down. At the same time, God's Rebuke kind of gives you good range on the Mars to stand back. Spear's always a threat on Ember when Sleight of Fist is down until your level 6 mark. So I wouldn't mind that if Beast Coast kind of wanted to dip back into it for Dark Mago, and chances are IG's just not going to ban that, because who really bans Morris? Even if you have a specialist, you're like, alright, we can still handle this hero, right?
Oh man, a lot of time being spent on these bans. Oh, there we go. Okay, so Darkseer. Interesting that we see the Darkseer ban. So I'm curious what they want to play here in the safe lane if they're actually worried about the Darkseer.
Yeah, I'm curious about that as well, for what Hector might want. He has a lot of options still left in the pool. Slark is still in the pool.
Oh, that's true. They left the Beastmaster in as well, so that's something that IG could definitely pick up for themselves if they really want it. For that offline, it'll give them, a lot of vision to play around. Some, good team fight as well, as we've been seeing over and over. The roar into arrow, always good.
Yeah, always feels good. And just stable setup, stable lanes coming out there. For IG, just picking a Beastmaster up. They will ban out the Disruptors, so just preventing further teamfight coming out from Beast Coast. And leaving a lot of Hector and Dark Mago heroes in, though. Ooh.
Okay, that's pretty good. I like this. Bounty's been getting a lot of attention, or a little bit more attention, rather. Seems to be having a pretty, good amount of success this tournament. Track just super favorable. And then the new Shard, right? The Shard, I think, is what makes this hero really strong right now.
Yeah, it's obnoxious. Just the stun out from your Invis is actually pretty big. It was really spammable, really easy to chain it. You can theoretically Invis up 3 heroes in the middle of a fight and then just get 3 chain stuns. It feels massive. There's that Tiny coming out for Beast Coast, though. So that should be our Dark Mago hero down mid. It still plays nicely with a Kotl. In the lane matchup against Ember, it's pretty stable as well. So it works out. The aggression's lined up. The blink timing's going to be key here for Dark Mago to have that impact, though. And we have seen Tinies kind of fall flat when you don't find that blink up. So they're going to be reliant on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I was curious which one they were going to take against the Ember. I guess right now there's a lot of carries that are in the pool that deal with something like the Bat Rider. You don't actually have the bans against it. So things like Faceless Void, the Slark, and even the Phantom Lancer are all available. So it makes it a little bit difficult to maybe go for the Bat Rider this game. So yeah, Dark Mago, Tiny, an absolute classic. He's very, very good at this hero. He has one of the highest professional win rates on Tiny in the world.
Yeah, it's a comfort pick. Just a really, really strong comfort pick again for Dark Mago. And just want to see what he can get done. He had a great lane last time up against Quap, which theoretically is not that favorable. And this one is stable enough. They take the CM up as well on Beast Coast. Again, having a really nice aggressive launching point for whatever they might pick up for Hector. My one concern is it's pretty easy to run down the CM in this game from IG's end. Like with a Bounty on hand, with a Murano, with the Ember. You have a lot of ways of just bursting down the CM. No problem here. So you can kind of make this food down the line. But we have seen the impact of like well-positioned freezing fields. Especially in the last series we saw. So you can make this hero work really, really well. And I feel confident about it. This hero is winning for a reason, Ricky.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she just is so strong in lane. You can pair up with a lot of different carries. You don't have last pick this time around on Beast Coast, so it makes it a little bit more difficult to understand exactly where you want to go. They will just grab the Brewmaster. Okay, I mean, this is a hero that has looked pretty dang strong unless you can directly counter it. Clockwork has been one of the main ones. So right now, I mean, getting Primal Split off should be easy unless he gets doomed. We have to then decide, do you doom the Brewmaster or do you doom the Ember Spirit?
Yeah, it's a hard decision to make. These are two high priority heroes for Beast Coast to shut down. And we have seen what a Beastmaster can do. Again, with that, just having that additional Void Bruling with the Astral Pull. Like that Astral Pull just provides even more utility to a hero who already has a lot. And I think the lane is maybe where things are awkward. Like, a Brewmaster Bounty is the same double melee lane for IG to play into, which I think a CM punishes so hard. Again, with all the slows, it's actually really hard to reach a CM. Crystal Nova spam, a couple grenades early on. So I don't know how effective you can be at the level 1 to 3 mark. Especially since you can, you still have Hectors here to come out, which can be aggressive. Beast Coast do ban the Slark themselves. So just wanting, again, a smooth ride. Not wanting to worry about 3 doomable targets that you really have to make a hard decision on for Sacred in some of these bigger fights. I feel like they could have snuck away with the Slark themselves, but I suppose the Brewmaster lane's not the comfiest. It's also not the worst, to be fair. I think it's still fairly playable for a Slark with a CM on hand. Pouncing in, getting some early punishment, building up some early stats.
Spirit a little bit, but having the Maelstrom eventually and just the Fire Shield, maybe they're just, it's too much. I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it still. I think it's still pretty good for the PL. If you do manage to pick it up, or if that's what you want here on Beast Coast. What other Hector heroes are available that he's been playing? I don't think it's a Great Faces Void game. Probably not that. Naga's in the pool. Luna's in the pool. Let's play those heroes before. Troll's there as well, although Troll's probably the one that I'm not as big of a fan of, but it can still work. They go with the Luna.
Okay.
Alright, they go for the Luna instead. The lane stable against Brewmaster. Double ranged into potentially the double melee lane. Doesn't feel amazing for IG once more. I don't expect Xiangye to have that great time. And they take the PL on IG as you called out. Fits into their lineup as well. You don't have as much to clear out from Beast Coast. I suppose the Luna can with the bounces. It doesn't feel particularly amazing. So in a late game scenario, Emo is going to be a beast. He's going to be a bit of a menace to deal with. But his lane into a Doom is also not the comfiest. Like, PL's laning phase does not feel particularly amazing, I don't think. Like, this hero's lane can still be managed really well with just the Doom on hand, along with a Keeper of Light. So I think Beast Coast still has this momentum lined up. They can get some really early push going on. They've got a good launching point to get some aggression going. IG's draft is a lot better than Game 1, so I can see some good angles here. But it's really tied into how well Xiangye's lane on the Brewmaster goes off. Like, if he can get a great timing in his 6, play around with his split in some big fights, and kind of connect with his Ember well, along with his 2 supports, and you can snowball off these tracks. But if that falls flat, the Beast Coast timing is pretty big. So that's the one thing I need from IG, like a stronger performance out from Xiangye and the Brewmaster.
Yeah, man, I agree with you entirely. I'm a little bit curious to see how these lanes are going to unfold. I think they are a lot better this time around for IG, and I think they have a lot of good tempo. This last pick Luna is a very big question mark for me, because it isn't something that I think we've really seen much this tournament, or on the new patch. I mean, theoretically, she should be good. She's a really fast farming hero. She jungles incredibly well. She's a Manta builder. So we should see some like good, you know, net worth 4K1 on it, but whether or not it actually can play well into this Phantom Lancer, we'll have to find out.
Yeah, that's where the question mark is. I think core down the line is probably a little bit easier for the PL, especially since he has a lot more utility with his shard. He has spam ability with Spirit Lance. If he does get the Ags up, it can be annoying to have to deal with all of those illusions. Your wave clear on the side of Beast Coast. Again, it's there, but it's also not too amazing. I suppose a Tiny can actually scale to that illusion clearer down the line. Even if you ignore the shard, go for your Ags. That could be a solution coming out from Dark Mago. So you have some answers, but it's a weird one for sure. Like, Emo does have a game he can play if things go right here.
It's just instant D-ward in the mid lane here for Beast Coast. Quite nice. Gives that golden XP on over to the team. Is Schofield very happy about that one?
Yeah. Still going to be lining up to try to get aggressive here as well. Like, because you go for that level 1 Shadow Walk with the sentry down, it's going to be able to scout out PYW if he steps a little bit too far forward.
He's going to go Invis for now, as the rest of the team will just try and run by. He's just going to try and take the rune. Schofield. Oh, he's going to try a big blood grenade. Does come out. Does not manage to get the deny off. Is going to deal a little bit of damage out over to blood. On over to the Doom now. Is another blood grenade comes through. The stun is there from PYW. The first blood. Who's going to go to? It's a K1. Grabs him with that Lucent Beam. Is now Schofield forced to run. Arrow not going to connect. Emo no mana for the Spirit Lance either.
You take that on the side of Beast Coast. Even Bounty Rune start. First blood wave for Luna. The bonus is massive for Hector to get early items up. I mean, he is forced to go level 1 Lucent, but I don't think you mind that either. It's a good amount of aggression in lane, although he goes a bit too far forward here.
Yeah, he just took a ton of damage. Stinger trying to slow this one up, and it will allow him to turn this into a kill. BYW, you're not fast enough to chase down the Luna. He's going to try, though. Okay, he's not. Okay, good. I was like, that, I feel like you die if you reveal yourself.
Yeah, it's pretty scary. Again, the CM's aggression in lane is pretty nice. The magic damage you do have going for the level 1 Lucent is good. So you can kind of burst through these heroes fairly well. You do still have 3 mangoes to play with for Stinger, so it's not too bad as well, having to spam out so much. Again, you have a strong start for Luna. Like, 1 assist, 1 kill on hand. Earlier boots is going to feel good. Earlier stats is always great. So you have a good setup for a great time. Still taking a look at the other lanes down mid. Dark Mago on that Tiny up against Dust on the Ember. A very even matchup. Ember can kind of sneak away with this one if you do get the early timing into at least your Blightstone and maybe your Blades of Attack. Like, you can melt through the Tiny pre-6. Doesn't have armor. Sleight of Fist spam is fairly annoying there.
Bottom lane, blood grenades thrown out from both teams. Is Emo, he's got nothing left. Just chased down here by this Scorched Earth. Will make it underneath the tower, though, with that magic stick, so he will survive.
So much aggression in the lanes. Like, sure, you make a sacrifice, but Sacred's more than happy to soak up these kills. Emo is as well, but again, into a Doom lane. PL's lane phase is not fantastic. Like, you have a lot of output. You can pressure melee hero matchups very well with the Doom. So it's not the comfiest for Emo. Every time that Scorched Earth is up, which feels like it's going to be really spammable with a Chakra, you just have a great time. Like, you can't come up and safely CS. You don't have the lineup as well to play with this arrow skill up on QIQX. It might have been arguably better to go with Starstorm, but they were trying for that first blood in Ruin, so you don't even manage to just snipe the range creep or just apply some free harassment out.
Yeah, the reduced cooldown on this Scorched Earth, but also Devour is going to be pretty nuts for this lane. You definitely just go like the 2-point Scorched Earth early. I think after this, we'll probably see him start to put more points in Devour. Infernal Blade, not super useful here against the Phantom Lancer, of course. Top lane, seeing some more fighting breaking out here, but this Luna, like you said, just all stats, just grabs that Magic Wand into the Band of Elven Skin. Just going to try and grab those treads into that Dragonlance ASAP. We know how important illusions are in this map now, so getting to that Manta style, I think, is key.
It's gonna feel really good for Hector to just flash farm.
Mid lane, Dark Mago, nice pop back into the Avalanche. Just a decent chunk of damage and over to Dust as a result.
Yeah. Again, for Dust, I mean, he's opting for 2 levels in Flame Guard, so he wants to cop through these magical burst plays from Dark Mago rather than trying to outplay with a Slight, which it's another way to go about. I think that's a little bit more manageable for Dark Mago. He's not going to be bullied out, so you can kind of play a stable lane. You do have a slight lead coming out from Dark Mago here as well, but you have the Blightstone at least up on Dust, and really moving out from PYW.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really nice gank. I mean, they're going to be able to get the chains into the arrow, and with that, probably a kill here. Going to go the way of the Ember Spirit, so bringing both supports from the side lanes, a very big win.
Right around that time for the 4-minute rune as well. IG emphasizing mid a lot more here than the side of Beast Coast. And that does provide some relief for Dust, allows him to catch up fairly nicely. Ramp into that level 6 point where a kill threat isn't as feasible for the Tiny at that point, but you leave your side lanes alone. You're more than happy with taking that trade on Beast Coast. You're able to just farm up safely on your cores, no threat on them. Building up very nicely on Hector. You are out-farming Emo by a pretty good margin. And for the PL in the jungle, his illusions are a little bit strange in that, because they don't last as long. You can kind of Phantom Rush around, but I still feel like the Luna, once the glaives are up with some good points in Lunar Blessing, it is a lot faster for the Luna still to farm.
Yeah. And it is nighttime now, so the global Lunar Blessing, it is one of those things, like one of those changes to CM that, not to CM, to the Luna that I didn't really feel was that necessary, because she was already pretty dang strong. But now just providing all that bonus damage to the whole team is super good.
Yeah, just allows you to play more aggressive in these lanes. But still keeping track down mid here.
And they're going to be able to try and toss this up. The Blood Grenade comes out, and Dark Mago will go down again. A great rotation out from QIQX. In top lane, they actually saw the rotation from the Coddle. They saw him on that gate bottom, so they know he's up here, which allows Emo to play quite more confident here in this bottom lane.
Yeah. Allows him to play a bit more far forward, clear out his creeps, no problem. I like that Emo is going for the Midas. Normally I'd say it's greedy, but in this game, it feels necessary. Well,
They will, yeah, they will be able to find the Brewmaster here. A nice kill. The good old Blinding Light, you know, repositioning like you were talking about, helping them bring him back into range.
Really bullying Dark Mago though.
Doing it again. Alright, he doesn't actually get caught this time. He's almost level 6. The bonus armor he's going to get from level 6 will do wonders against Dust. But he needs one more creep, and they're continuing to just punish him. They've got Slight Chains. He gets level 6 now. There is no arrow for a few moments. He's turning his attention on over to QYQX. Potentially, they do push him back. The arrow off the mark. The Avalanche comes through. He doesn't actually connect. Enough damage there to find the kill. And Schofield forces a Fairy Fire Stick. Still not enough to find the kill, though.
Yeah. But again, they're really emphasizing mid. Double damage still running on Dust. Has the full Orb of Corrosion. Unfortunately, level 1 Slight, so he's not able to pressure as much off this spike. But it has allowed him to sustain that lane. So he's been able to match up against Dark Mago, land these kills with a value point on those chains, and have a pretty good time. Like, he's up there in net worth, just barely behind on Sacred and Hector. And Dark Mago is just really behind. Barely above Xiang Yu, who's had a rough time here.
Nice little solo kill there by the Crystal Maiden. Just happened to walk into him. No big, like, not really intentional. I think he was coming up here to stack and was just like, oh, the hero.
A freebie for the CM to find, which is always nice.
Now, one thing that's quite good for PYW, though, is he did manage to snipe the Wisdom Rune. So he was really far behind in XP for a little bit here, but that's going to help him out quite a bit.
And that's something you do want to constantly get done, especially on the Bounty Hunter. Ramping up into that level 6 is massive for this hero. You want to play with these tracks, you want to get that aggression going for IG. And they're still eyeing mid. Like, they're not letting go of Dark Mago, they're just trying to apply so much pressure onto this tiny hero.
Oh yeah, there's the Avalanche into pretty much just a disengage. It looks like they're a little bit too afraid. You know, the shield rune picked up on the bounty. Dust with these 3 points in this flame guard, doing a lot of work.
PYW's being sneaky.
They're looking for an opening here onto Tiny. QIQX able to dodge out that avalanche for the moment. Does get stunned. The arrow not going to get thrown. So many heroes in the mid lane. They have been constant. That being said, solo kill top. The Primal Split comes out and manages to take down the Luna. Another avalanche toss into the frostbite. Do they have the damage to try and burst dust here? It doesn't look like it, and instead they grab the arrow onto the CM. PYW comes in. He gets him right before he dies. Manages to take down the Ember Spirit there. That's huge.
I think I saw a mist coming out there as well.
Yeah, the slight mist.
Yeah, I didn't know it can miss, actually, so... I mean, I guess it does make sense with evasion heroes, so... A little bit unfortunate. Hector?
He was trying to TP on out, but they're kind of baiting as they might chase these heroes down. The Sacreds come top now, but... Nah, they will back away. PL TP's bottom. Brewmaster up on the side here. Oh, they found him out, and Dark Mega comes in. There's the avalanche, the toss, of course, throws him right on into the Luna. They've got the Lucid Beam as well, and Dark Mega grabs the kill.
That's big. Helping him bounce back on that Tiny after a pretty slow start with all the commitment coming out from IG. Again, his blink timing is going to be really important for the side of Beast Coast. Still a ways off from that. And his mid's still getting pressured in. Like, they have not left. This duo of Dust and QIQX just always on the mid.
Yeah, they've done a really good job at playing together, and we kind of expected that. There it is again. The chains into arrow. Dark Mago taking a lot of damage from this. He will just be able to remnant bottom. He grabs a regen rune of all things. Now, UIW is here, gets tossed into another avalanche, but they need to leave. Dust comes through, a nice illuminate, trying to do what damage that it can. He gets the tree toss kill there onto PYW, and the QIQX taking just a ton of damage himself. The slide's not enough from Dust. Sacred with his rotation on in, he will remnant in into an avalanche as well.
Huh?
Dust tried to get cheeky, thought he could outplay Dark Mago, and just gets heavily punished.
That is huge for Beast Coast. They managed to break up mid, they find all the kills they'd want. They save Dark Mago as well. So now this blink is kind of lining up to its usual timing. And, you know, you're getting a lot of gold out now on the side of Beast Coast. Like full Midas up on Sacred. Hector, even after that death, he can still farm up fairly nice. Only has the level 1 glaives, but has a lot of output with the Lunar Blessing up, so you don't mind that too much. Especially since you get 200% of it now, all the time, so it's a lot of output on the Luna early on. Again, your farming pace on Emo, he does have a free lane, he does have the Midas, he is working towards that Diffusal. So you have some good spikes here. You're almost at the 6th mark as well for a Bounty Hunter. So once you've got that for PYW, these kills, they ramp up.
There's a sentry there that's scouting him. Scopo drops the dust. He gets the ghost form off, or spirit form off. In comes Dark Mago again, the avalanche, the toss, and he just blows up the Marana. Gets him closer and closer to that blink dagger. PYW still dusted here off onto the side as Dark Mago gets the avalanche. They drop a sentry. In comes Stinger as well. They've got another. Oh, dude, I mean, they will get another. Right, there it is, Stinger. Grabs him with the Crystal Nova.
Yeah, they're trying to be sneaky, trying to get some tracks up, but they don't really have the output. Like, Dust can't fully commit in, a little bit too far out. So again, finding some good punishment on the side of Beast Coast. Still a rather even game, 7-12. And you've got some good farm timings to meet on Emo. With his Midas up into the Diffusal, not too far off from that full item build-up now. And Hector still working into that Yasha, into the Manta. Has the Dragon Lance for more stats. They can look to make a push play now as well, with how much right-click damage Hector has. So he'll just head bot and slowly clear, but IG are still in the area.
Avalanche, the toss back into the Frostbite, but they don't have the damage to bring down the Ember Spirit. Nice slide chains onto Dark Mega, will tank the arrow for now. Gets the shield, and in comes Sacred. They have a sentry down, but they don't get the Doom off in time. As they know PYW is somewhere behind him, the pesky Bounty Hunter. Being super annoying. Is Sacred maybe baiting here. Oh, the toss. They've caught the Brewmaster, but can they actually kill him before he gets split? No, the arrow caught onto the Doom, and Sacred's completely isolated. He's not going to be able to get any of these spells off. will maybe get a devour. Yeah, that's not going to be enough, though. They take the bounty hunter on the backside. The toss will finish him off, so it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, but a big win here for the side of IG at the moment. Mago did get his Blink Dagger delivered during all of this. He can find an opening. It might be worth it. Schofield starting to fall low. K1 coming on the backside. There it is, the Avalanche. It completely misses. The Blinding Light pushed him back. The Eclipse, though, coming through, doing a lot of damage to Dust, but they get the kill. Stinger's gonna fall next. Dark Mago gets the Blink, or gets the Avalanche. The toss does finally take down the Ember Spirit, but again, it's IG continuing this chase. They're doing so good. You've got a Cinder Brew coming out in a moment. The slow, it's going to be able to burn. You have the Doom now coming in as well. Gets tossed in. The Hurricane back. They're trying to hold the Doom back for the moment. They will be able to find that kill. So, some nice plays there. Good turnaround from the side of Beast Coast, but now Sacred walks in again. Gets mana burned up here by Emo, in so much trouble. Nice Avalanche, never mind, completely whipped off the mark. QIQX rooted up, leaps up onto the high ground, and Stinger trying to chase. Does not actually have Freezing Field available. Dark Mago just throwing avalanches at anything he can find. They toss back once again the PL, but Sacred in so much trouble. It's an opening for him to just get the free kill. The track is there, the Frostbite on the mark, but they don't have damage. Takes out Emo. They're just bleeding kills on the side of Beast Coast as Dust with the slight change gets another. The arrow, not going to connect this time. But huge wins here from the side of IG, and another track anyway, resulting in another kill. Absolute disaster of a fight from Beast Coast.
Yeah, they overplay their hand. They stay a little bit too long, and they get punished. They don't get the openings at all. They don't manage to use this Doom out on Sacred. And in these kinds of fights, man, every single track kill ramps up for PYW. He suddenly gets a full Spirit Vessel off the back of that engagement. You know, they get a good 4.8k gold swing the way of IG off the back of all those kills in Beast Coast. They've got to watch that aggression. You know, you don't have that freezing field on Stinger. Felt like he had a lot of good angles to kind of take there, but opts for the spam ability and the Frostbite instead, which makes sense. It's a low cooldown. It's 50% uptime on that hold. Kind of want that to get controlled, but they're not done.
Slight change, catches the Tiny. Does manage to get the Avalanche out. This Stinger comes in. He's going to just go for the freezing field, but there's the split. Going to be able to cancel this pretty easy as PYW actually rotating on in. They've got the track on the 2, and they will just surround the Crystal Maiden. Bring her down with ease as they continue to chase Sacred. Got the Vanguard trying to take this one up. Nice turnaround potentially. Can he find his Doom target? Finally does come through. It's on to Dust as the rest of these heroes trying to chase after them. Solarbind will allow them to isolate Dust. But can they get more is the question. They are so fast here on the side of IG. And they can't do it. Dark Mago needs to be careful.
It's a bit risky walking up like that. Doesn't manage to get caught out though. They are finding openings on Beast Coast when that split is down. You do have a massive opening to kind of play around these fights and snipe through. I do like that IG's playing super aggressive. They understand what they have to do with this lineup. They've got to snowball fast.
Brewmaster is in deep, man. They've got another repositioning from the Blinding Light. They've still got the Hurricane as well. It will be able to fall back. The Avalanche connecting. Brewmaster is still surviving as Tiny is now just completely isolated. They didn't bring the numbers. The pipe just taking up so much damage, and now Sacred once again just going to get beat down here by Emo. The vessel comes out. It's going to be 2 more kills going the way of IG.
Oh no. That is not the way you want that to go for Beast Coast. They get punished again for being hyper aggressive. And the side of IG now with less numbers, and they can just go for these pickoffs.
Yeah.
More track kills. Like it's ramping up. 5k lead, early activity from Emo coming out. And for Beast Coast, they're the ones that have to play a slower game. They're the ones who have to wait for more farm to come out here from Hector. And he is still set to have that good timing onto the Manta at the least, but you're bleeding out everyone else. Like Dark Mago's had a slow start. Not able to really recover the way he'd want to, bleeding out quite a fair bit on the back and forths. I think for IG, if they keep getting these track kills, man, it gets scary. Because your Luna versus PL matchup, I think in an even farm situation, it's manageable to an extent. Although, again, not the comfiest for Luna, but manageable enough. But with a farm disparity, the PL just runs over you. You cannot clear out these illusions fast enough.
Yeah, and it really does feel like a lot of this is just coming down to the focus that they put on Dark Mako in the mid lane. And it almost seems like he's got a little bit of tilt going right now, because I've seen a lot of this thrown avalanches where he's like, I gotta find something, and feels pressure to try and find an opening. They're gonna try and toss back out the Doom here. The avalanche does come through. He's underneath the tower. So Sacred should be plenty tanky here. This Brewmaster, all of his splits are low. If they actually manage to cleave these down, they could find the kill instead, but he gets the split back off in time. Now looking for PYW, the Eclipse is there. Sacred still has the Doom, hasn't managed to throw it quite yet. Is looking to try and get on top of the Ember Spirit, but the damage is just too much. He throws the Doom anyway, this time just onto the Brewmaster. Stinger's gonna fall as Emo is in this fight, just beating down these heroes. Dark Mako trying to run. He drops the Avalanche. We'll buy back on the bounty here as well. Does trying to get active once more. Gets the Slight Chains onto 2. The toss in place, trying to get Sacred out, but the Diffusal catching Dark Mako. The refreshes from Schofield just allowing them to try and just throw what spells they can to get out of this fight. But I don't know if they're going to be able to. The Chains catches him. He's up onto the high ground. He finds the kill. QIQX dying to the tower, but getting out on this Tiny is huge.
Managed to save. Just barely. Bailing out of that fight. IG getting hyper aggressive, seeing that opening, going for the buyback on PYW, wanting to get more tracks up. They don't find as much, and again, with split down, they're in a bit of a soft spot here for IG, where Beast Coast can play into that, even without Doom. Like, they've got a little bit of an opening for themselves if they want to play aggressive. But look at the vision game from IG, really aggressive wards up top. Like, they have so much info as to where the side of Beast Coast is at the moment.
Sacred get some vision here onto the Brewmaster in the bottom lane, and we'll catch him with the Solar Bind. Like you said, there's no split, so this is like a weakness moment for them. They get the Avalanche, the toss, trying to just focus him down. They will be able to. Dust is here bottom. They grab the tower. Now they're going to start hunting. They're not going to be able to find the Bounty Hunter, but it looks like, yeah, they will just completely back. Dust does not want to hang around here either.
I think Beast Coast have to get some map control back through vision right now. There is way too many wards coming out from IG. They need their own information out to get these rotations constantly going. They need to be able to punish PYW for constantly running around. He's going to grab his Wisdom Rune again.
Yeah, he's got
a while ago they managed to deny one as well. So it's just painful, especially since your support's on Beast Coast. It does feel like they really want levels. Like, CM in particular, Stinger's so far behind. Level 8 on his hero. If he had a value point in the second level of Freezing Field, the output in the middle of the fight is massive. Or even just more points in Sustain with the Arcane Aura, or just more slows out with Crystal Nova. Every single spell point counts, and you're not finding that EXP. At least they'll find a Tormentor for themselves. That should be our free shard going the way of Schofield. So the recall on hand. At the least they can take these fights as they go. If a gank comes out, you've always got the recall to drag heroes in. And I like what I'm seeing here coming out from Schofield. Just straight into the Ags, get some team fight going. Your AoE control is lacking outside of Avalanche right now from Dark Mako. And as you mentioned, maybe a little bit caught up in the emotions sometimes, where the Avalanches aren't connecting the big way. We're seeing some blinding lights pushing them out from the control. So having this Will-O-Wisp would be massive if Schofield can reach that timing.
Guardian Greaves completed up on the Mirana, dude. Managing to pass this Brewmaster in net worth at the moment. And he's queuing up that Vanguard into Crimson Guard, so he's almost got that completed, just about 250 gold away. So you're going to have Guardians, Pipe, and Crimson Guard available for these heroes in these next fights, which it's so much damage reduction. We've just been seeing every single game is just all about damage reduction now.
Yeah. I'm just glad this is the same patch where Rate Pack is gone. You know, at least that's one less damage mitigation out. I hated that item conceptually, so I don't mind aura stacking up like this, because it still has a balancing element. Rate Pack was just annoying. So, thank you, Ice Fraud. Still 20-20, really even game. IG, it has felt like the momentum's been on their side though. Like, they're the ones being
Yeah,
aggressive.
absolutely.
They're the ones with this really superior map control. You do manage to get some D wards going to the side of Beast Coast. You have an outpost ward as well to watch Roche control. And they could group up for that. They've got output with Hector around.
Yep. 2 BKBs now. Third one's coming out from Dark Mago. I mean, if there's any time to force a Roche, it's on a triple BKB timing, I suppose. The question is, can they kill it in time? They have a little over a minute, so they should be able to.
Yeah, the side of IG actually don't have vision here. Like, they had such good control across the map, but none on the Roche. That's going to be punishing for them. 2 lives coming out, Watcher control as well. So Beast Coast can try to reel back some of the map here and get aggressive off the back of this. It's mildly concerning for IG. I think the moment they step off the gas, Beast Coast gets a little bit too much off the map. Remember, like, as long as you still have some tier 2s up, there's a lot of jungle to take. The side lanes are there. Your regular jungle is still valuable as well. So you don't really want to let go if you're aggressive. You kind of want to keep that gas pedal pressed fully.
They kind of just used that time to farm up, and Emo did finish up his Heart of Tarrasque. So PL super tanky now, 3,500 HP. Not an easy kill at all. We're going to see a ward. Oh, smoke gets popped. They're looking for the Crystal Maiden. Dark Maiden comes in. That's a huge 3-hero avalanche, but he is all alone. He's going to pop that BKB, try and get out of here as Sacred on the run as well with him. Emo looking for his option to get into this fight. They're going to just chase the Luna here. The track is on. Crystal Maiden in some trouble as well. The split coming out from... Oh, you can Doom and pull back with the Hurricane. Stick with a nice freezing field as well. It will get canceled. But the taunts in. They're trying to find their opening. QIQX barely surviving, but PYW in trouble as now as the Glaives are just bouncing through these heroes. And Dark Mago able to just continue to dance around this fight. Schofield falling low. The jump on over. The 2 managed to finish him off, but now surrounded by this PL. This guy is online. He has taken no damage. The Guardian Grease will save QIQX. They buy back here on Stinger, but he's just in so much trouble. He's just dead. The PL absolutely crushing them. It's all Dust and all Emo. You don't need anybody else.
They've been able to farm up. Like you mentioned, that hard timing for Emo. Massive. You don't have that AoE damage. Like, Hector doesn't pump out enough by himself. And right now, it does feel like it's all in on Hector to do that damage for you. You're not dishing much out of it as well on Dark Mago. We'll be able to find that tier 2 off the back of this. You still have Aegis for Beast Coast, but it doesn't matter. Like, the Luna is just not doing enough at this point in the game. Not until more items are up. Remember, this hero at farm parity does not feel great against PL.
No. Not at all. And this last fight, I mean, they got the kill on the Brewmaster before he got the split off. He just burned the Aegis. Doom's coming up in a couple of seconds, but this, again, Emo has taken absolutely no damage in these engagements. They're just perfectly comfortable poking and prodding here on the PL. Dark Mago hoping to find an opening for an avalanche into a toss back maybe, but they just don't have it.
Yeah. You lose your Aegis now. At the least you hold on to your high ground, but they still have that split. There's no Doom. This is a scary situation for Beast Coast if they got caught out.
Yeah, you have a very real Phantom Lancer problem right now.
It's like, again, your scaling options, it's probably not all in on Luna. It really has to go to Dark Mago to an extent. Like, have him work towards the Ags, maybe get even just a shard up. Have the tree grab just up there. That's your cleave output. That's your AoE damage coming out. The Luna, it doesn't feel like it's enough on the Glaives. You just don't have that much output yet. Going for your MKB down the line with a Satanic, that could help the cause, but as of now, it's just not there. And Emo has free reign over these fights, and this is him without even, like, say, the Shroud for additional presence, and just set to get worse once he has that butterfly up.
I mean, this hero has so many more items that he can buy. Like, he's 20,000 net worth, and he can still buy, like, 10k more worth of items easily. Like, he can go for the Disperser upgrade, he can grab the Swift Blink, he can finish up his Butterfly, he can get the Ags and the Shard. Like, there's so many things that you can do on this PL.
Yeah, it just scales really nicely for Beast Coast. Again, you need Hector to reach that same point, but again, at parity, the Luna the Luna really shines by getting that gold advantage with farm. It's just not there. It hasn't been there for Hector at all. At best, he's been dead even with a PL, but even that's not quite there with a slight advantage going the way of Emo. For the side of Beast Coast, I mean, you still have some timings. Like, there is an Ags being built up by Schofield. Again, he's been queuing that up for a while. You have your own Butterfly up and running here on Hector. So you have some durability coming out in comparison to PL.
They're gonna go for, oh, they're gonna try, but yeah, able to get out. I mean, that's a Lincoln Sphere on Dust. It is gonna at least prevent like the really easy Doom initiations, but
yeah,
okay, do you have
not just the
decent ways
Dooms.
of popping it.
I mean, even canceling off Frostbite's enough reaction time to bail out.
Yeah.
So I think that actually ruins a lot of angles for Beast Coast. Just that one protection. Because maybe you can catch with Lucent Beam as well. And that's probably your ideal. Pop it with Lucent, immediately get your control off, stack it properly. Or just start with, say, an Avalanche from Dark Mago, if you can find the angle in. Just easier said than done. Like, it's a challenging game for Beast Coast. IG rallying well in this game too. And that constant aggression to shut down Dark Mago. And we talked about this in draft. Like, this tiny blink timing was going to be key for that mid-game tempo coming out from Beast Coast. And he still managed to hit it, but it felt a lot slower than you'd want it to be. You wanted this lane to be a bit more dominant. Now another smoke play out from IG.
Yep, just trying to continue to try and find picks around the map. K1 just farming up on the bottom side of the jungle here. But he's not pulling ahead anytime soon, and that's the big issue. You have the Butterfly completed, DL has his own, so tons of evasion for both of these two heroes. And K1 gonna try and start chipping away at this tower here with the illusions, which will do some work. Gets recalled back to the base, which is quite nice. Smoke up here from Beast Coast. They're going to run into PYW. They do get the detection, though. He's under a sentry. Force staff away, though. We'll save him. Some timers coming through as they find PYW. The arrow connects the Doom onto an illusion. Sacred got baited.
No.
He doesn't get anything off, and instead they have to just complete retreat. They don't manage to find the bounty as they chase for more. Sacred. He's going to follow Dark Mago, forced to BKB and retreat into his base. Does try to stay on top of him. Overseal totem up onto the high ground. But a good find here from IG. And, dude, this Doom is just not working this game.
No, it's not. It's a tricky game for sure. He had a decent lane coming out of all. No.
Dude, that is so much damage coming through. He's going to fly back. Now K1 needs to find a way out of here. But Emo managing to stay right on top. Crimson Guard does get popped. They jump in aggressively off Sacred. He's going to beat KB this time around, but he's still just getting beat down by this Phantom Lancer. They have no way of finding the real one or even killing him. Stinger now, chains up. He's gone instantly. Dark Mago looking for some way to initiate, but this game looks impossible.
It really does. You can't counterfight without that Doom up from Sacred. Not even finding the bounty hunter kill, so you're constantly getting cracked up. Your information, your location's always known for IG. You can't find an angle.
Yeah, there are no angles at all. I mean, you would have to have an actual illusion clearing hero here, but there just isn't one. The Luna just did not work out this game as K1 gets bursted down. Sacred trying to hobble his way back to the base, but no chance at all. Two dead without the buybacks, and there it is. The GG comes out, and Beast Coast, a very big loss from them, as that might end their tournament run. We'll have to see what happens with these other games.
Yeah. I mean, right now, all Beast Coast is hoping for is Extreme losing their second game. Right, IG play fantastically, but they didn't have anything to actually play for here. They just wanted to show that they've still got power on hand, and they do manage to cause quite the stir for Beast Coast. I'm pretty sure Alejandro is not feeling that good right now. Oh, he must be really stressed out, but it's now in the hands of Extreme whether or not Beast Coast will have to play tiebreakers, and that's the same thing goes for SMG. If SMG win their one game up against Tundra, and you know, if Extreme loses, then you could potentially have a three-way tie. So the Talon result is now mostly irrelevant. And if Extreme snags a win, then you're just done. Beast Coast in a very awkward position. IG playing really good again in Game 2. Having a great idea, shutting down Dark Mago, preventing that quick blink timing, preventing that snowball effect from kicking in from the side of Beast Coast, as it was really all in on Tiny to hit tempo. But they just constantly played around with this Mirana Ember. Like, going for a 1-1 tree build here paid off massively for Dust.
Yeah, absolutely. They basically tri-laned him in the mid lane. Like, realistically, like, QIQX and PYW were constantly here, just making sure to not give Dark Mago anything to play around. And you're right, yeah, the 3 points Flame Guard, it allowed him to just constantly push that wave in and, you know, leave, like, easy chains targets. Like, he's not going to actually, like, hit another creep by mistake. Like, it's just always going to be the solo Tiny. And they just played super aggressive. Dust with an incredible game here on this Ember Spirit. But, you know, the last pick, Phantom Lancer, we knew that it was going to be an illusion hero coming out, most likely, based on the draft. And it was just such a free PL game. Just no actual counters to play into. And then, you know, this offlane Sacred Doom, it makes you wonder, like, should you have just gone for the Beastmaster to protect yourself from the PL? You know, Doom just... he's good in certain matchups, but not in every game. It feels like right now the every game offlaners are going to be those things like the Beastmaster and the Underlord.
Yeah, those are the consistent performers. We did see some decent Dooms coming out from Sacred, but it was not an easy game to get those high priority Dooms off. Like, into the Ember with Lincoln's up, you have to use another spell first, and he has room to wiggle out. You have this Bounty Hunter constantly tracking you up as well, so you can't get any good angles. And it's just a tough one. We end up with a pretty dank scoreline as well, Ricky. I believe we ended at 32-22, so 3-2-2-2 on hand.
Love it. Heck yes.
And I have some news on hand regarding our potential tiebreaker. So I believe SMG is fully out. They did get, again, a little bit of a spoiler alert if you wanted to watch those games, unfortunately, but we have to talk about these groups. SMG did get 2-0'd by Tundra, so they are out. I believe there's no result here that leaves SMG in the open anymore.
Correct.
For a tiebreaker. Extreme still has a shot. If they win against Shopify Rebellion, then Beast Coast is out. This is scary for Beast Coast, as we can take a look at those groups. So yeah, SMG now 4-11 out. Beast Coast 5-11. If Extreme loses, they are 5-11 as well. You have that tiebreaker for Beast Coast to stay in. But, you know, that's if Extreme loses. If they win, Ricky, Beast Coast is gone. Like,
dude, that's the
this
thing,
team
right?
Full of promise.
Yeah, it's no longer in your control, Beast Coast. You are sitting here, you know, sending some prayers on over to Arteezy, hoping he can carry you back into, you know, a potential major spot. So we'll see what happens as that game finishes off. And if you want to watch that series, it is going to be over on the Dota 2, the ESL_Dota 2 Earth stream. So that's where that one's finishing up right now. But as for us here on Storm, John, we're done, man. It has been a really, really fun group stage. I just want to say, as my first major, it was an absolute pleasure casting with you, my friends. So thank you so much, man.
Thank you as well. It's been fun. All these games have been great. It's unbelievable that we've already reached the end of our groups outside of just these tiebreakers coming out, which there could be potentially quite a few. So I can't wait to see the playoffs. You know, it's going to be fun. I know you're heading down there as well. You're going to be having some fun, Ricky.
Yeah, I'm heading to Berlin tomorrow, or to Germany tomorrow, and then I will be at the main event. I'm excited, man. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah, hopefully you do have fun, and hopefully all of you guys had fun here as well. A lot of heartbreak for a lot of teams coming in. I think Southeast Asia is in shambles still. Even with Talon sliding through, it's not convincing, man.
Yeah.
I have to say, as a Talon guy myself, I'm just laughing right now. We look pretty on and off. On and off is a very kind way of putting it. On and off, Ricky. On and off.
It's all right. You'll be the lower bracket dark horse. You guys they'll charge right through. I believe in them wholly. It's gonna be a really fun playoffs though, and so I'm really looking forward to it. I think there's gonna be a lot of really good games. The meta still kind of developing a little bit every single day, so we'll see. Obviously, some new stuff happening as we go forward, but that's gonna do it, everyone. At least for today on this, for John and I, we just want to say thank you all so much for tuning in. Again, my name is Cryptic. I'm here with John X Fire. Big shout out to ESL for such a great event. We appreciate you guys so much. And until next time, have a wonderful night. We'll see you then.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.